being an entrepreneur, starting a company is not art.
This is like being an artist and a sculptor or a composer.
That you earn respect by building strong relationships with people, by believing in them, and by setting high expectations for people.
And we also knew that the product as it existed was like a very crappy version of what we wanted to build. So we just kept trying to make it better and better.
It's never been a more exciting time to be an entrepreneur, and the playing field hasn't really changed.
And it kind of took off from there, and we didn't know where it was going to go, and we signed up one customer at a time.
Sometimes that obsessiveness can drive you crazy, where they're always questioning, tweaking. But then when you look back over the ages, you realize that's the mark of someone who's thinking really far forward.
Unless you're driven to make something happen out of nothing, you'll go, what do I need this for? But if you're driven, those are just obstacles you remove.
My family told me not to do it. Like, my friends I think you're crazy.
To me, sort of the entrepreneur is sort of like the greatest force in society's food chain.
You have to grow psychologically. You have to learn how to work with other people, how to draw the best out of other people, how to let other people draw out of you.
As an entrepreneur, you have to suspend disbelief.
Most people are limited by what they think they can do, not by what they can do.
Entrepreneurs are the only people who create something out of nothing.
Someone who has a psychological need to win. I don't mean a want to win. I mean a all-consuming, almost destructive need to win.
The story is told as if like successes happen overnight. Yeah, Facebook's huge, but Facebook took 7-10 years to kind of get where it's at.
What I think, the movies, the TV shows don't recognize is that it's like what they call it. It's a startup grind.
What's up, London? Can I get like a little bit of energy? What do you guys got? You got anything? Come on, it's London. It's 9 in the morning. You guys aren't drunk yet? What's wrong? What happened this morning? Hey, I'm really excited to be here. My name's Dhiraj Andersen. I'm the founder of Startup Grind. And Startup Grind's mission is really simple. It's to educate every entrepreneur in the world. And about 6 years ago, we started hosting events in my office, and it was me and 9 of my friends, and that has now grown to about 200 chapters around the world in 80 countries. Thank you to my mom who started the clap in the back. I have family members planted throughout the audience to make sure I get the responses that I need to keep my self-esteem very high. So no heckling. I'm not going to get heckled in London, am I? Does that happen here? Yes. So we have, like, what makes Startup Grind different, especially super simple, it's our values. So our values are about giving before you take, helping others before you help yourselves, and making friends. There's no awards being given out at the end of this for the most LinkedIn connections. I always laugh when someone walks up to me and says, they walk up, they shake my hand and say, let's connect on LinkedIn. And I say, let's connect right now. We're human. We can, and now Microsoft owns LinkedIn, so I don't know. And I shouldn't make any Microsoft jokes. That'll get me in trouble. But this is the tradition of Startup Grind. And what I just encourage you, if you don't walk out of here today, you've given us your day. So thank you for doing that. Thank you for being here. If you don't walk out of here with at least 5 or 10 great new relationships, consider yourself a failure today. You're going to learn a lot. You just sit in this room, you're going to learn a lot. I'm not worried about that. It's passive. But what you need to do is you need to get out, you need to meet people. If you don't know who to meet, if you're nervous, come find me, and I'll introduce you to somebody. If you see someone wearing a Startup Grind shirt, we have directors from our chapters around the world. If you're a Startup Grind director and you're in the rooms, just stand up for a minute. Great, we got Athens, Tel Aviv, we've got, thank you guys, we've got, and all guys, where are our women directors? This is not a male society. But find someone with a Startup Grind shirt, ask them for help. Take 30 seconds and just look at the person to one side of you, to go ahead. Don't say anything, just awkwardly stare at them. Now shake their hand and ask them what their name is. Just go ahead, 30 seconds, real quickly, real quick. Okay, that's great. You took it too far. There's too much. This was not the plan. It was just going to be a quick, get the name, and we keep moving to the next slide, and then that guy would do that. It's not right. I said 10. I didn't say 100. Okay, we get it. You're meeting people. All right, what if I go to the next slide? This always makes people stop talking. So we have this other tradition at Startup Grind, and that is that our speakers who have flown in from around the world to be here and also driven from across London, which is quite a feat in itself, they've given of their time and their energy to be here to teach us. And so when a speaker comes up, I always like to imagine that it's like Oprah, and she's like giving me a new car. Have you seen that clip where she's like, and you got a car, and you, do you know this? Oprah is like America embodied in one amazing woman. And so we're going to practice. So every time a speaker comes up, it's roughly every 20 minutes. You're going to actually get exercise today. We get up and get loud, like real, as loud as you can get. Don't hold back. Okay, it's early. I know it's early, but we're going to practice this one time to get you prepared for something. Count of 3. Get up and get loud. Let me hear how loud London can get. Are you ready? 1, 2, 3. Let's see it. Let's see it. Everybody, don't be too cool. Don't be too cool. That was good. That was really good. That was really good. Other than the guy that can't whistle who came in this direction, it was really, really good. All day, keep it up. Keep the energy high, and this will be a fun day. Our password for the internet is #SGEurope, capital SGE. It's a little tricky. So please jump on there. Those are our at Startup Grind if you're on Twitter, or at Startup if you're on Pinterest or on Instagram. This is how the event's going to work. We've got the main stage here. We'll have talks going throughout the day. Don't get stuck in here. There's a lot to do. There are amazing partners that we have outside. Downstairs we have a breakout room. The majority of the people that are here are going to be then going downstairs to do Q&A in the breakout room. So to give you a chance to get closer to the speakers, to meet them, ask questions. As you're thinking about questions, please don't ask something that only fits for you in your specific vertical at this moment in time today for your startup. Think of things that would be useful for other people in the room as well, and be thoughtful of that. Another thing that we've got is we've got our startup program, which we had about 600 startups apply. We have 14 that we selected. It's kind of an odd number, but those were the best ones, so we went with 14. They're scattered at little tables right outside here. Go meet them. They're early stage. They're, like, some of these companies are really amazing, like, you know, a lot of revenue, little funding. Others that just have these amazing products that have just launched. And so go talk to them and go meet them. And we'll be doing this event after Dave McClure speaks here down there called Startup Court, where he's going to go full British court robes and wig and everything. And he's going to be holding, it's court essentially. They're going to be pitching to him. And one of those, and we have a jury and all this sort of thing. I think you guys have juries here, right? We have juries. And one of the startups is going to be getting into 500 startups. So that's pretty cool. We got a party tonight. We got Marion. He will be lifting people into the air, if you know Marion. And it will be here, so stick around later this evening. Big thanks to all of our partners. This event just absolutely cannot happen without them. AC Hotels Marriott, Campus London, Accel, Braintree, who powers all of our payments for all of our events across the world. Fiverr, who, these people, like, we really do love these people. We use these products. Fiverr, I met Fiverr like 5 years ago when we needed an animated logo for a video, and it's still our animated logo. It cost me $5. And it looks great. Deutsche Bank Labs, IBM, Lever, Upstream, the Wall Street Journal, Bets Recruiting, and Intuit. Can we give all of them a big round of applause for being here? Thank you for your help. Let me just tell you about a couple of individual things. The first is that AC Hotels Marriott, which is just stationed right outside here, and it's not my phone, and who has some of the best design hotels that I've ever been in, And they have this great startup space and kind of co-working space down the lobby that we host events in across the world. They're just opening hotels in Manchester and Birmingham, and they're going to be giving out free hotel nights and stays just right across here where you can charge your phone. So go try and get a hotel room. They're beautiful, beautiful rooms, and they're brand new. So if it's a brand new hotel, it must be clean. At 4 o'clock, we've got Eric Schmidt coming from Google. I expect all of you to pray for me throughout the day that I don't blow this. But other than that, we are trying to set a Guinness World Record for the most people to ever attend a live stream. So technically, you all don't count because you're watching it live, not on a stream. Although maybe if we put like a TV up here, we could count everyone in the room. Marianne, wherever you are, call the judge and see if we can do that. But if you would share this at startupgrind.com/record, share it with your friends, and if we get it, you can actually go online and print a certificate afterwards. They have, these free certificates, and they have really fancy certificates as well if you want to get one. But we're all pushing hard on this, and thanks to Deutsche Bank Labs for helping us with this as well. But we'll see. We should know. We may know by the end of the day. We might not know by the end of the day if we get it or not. But we're pushing hard for it. And then finally, I just want to say one final thing about David Goldberg. Dave Goldberg, tragically, he was the CEO of SurveyMonkey. He was a founder, a well-known person in Silicon Valley. He tragically passed away about a year ago. When we had him at one of his final public interviews at our conference in February of last year. And when he got off stage, Marianne, who's about to come up, asked him and said, "Hey, we're doing an event in Europe, in London, and we'd love for you to come out and be part of it because of what you've built." And he said, without even hesitating, he said, "Absolutely, I want to be there. I'd love to be there." And I've talked to people that knew Dave much better than I knew him. I interviewed him a few times. I didn't really know him, but the people that knew him, the thing that was really unique about him is that yes, he was a great CEO and he was a founder, but he was also had such great balance in his life, and he has this amazing family that him and Sheryl Sandberg have built, and really this idea of there's lots of people that can build a business, but in my mind, really the true unicorn is this person that can figure out how to do this crazy thing that is a startup, and at the same time, build the rest of their life around them. And to do that together is really a very, very rare thing. And David Goldberg represented that better than just about anybody. And so we'd like to dedicate this event to him and his memory because of his example. So yeah. Without further ado, give it up for, you don't need to stand up for this one, but give it up for Marianne, our chapter director in London. Marianne, come on out.
Thank you, Dhiraj. Dhiraj is going to be coming back on stage in a couple of minutes to do the first fireside chat of today. My name is Marian Getzig. I'm the director of Startup Grind Europe, and I have the pleasure of introducing the first speaker. Our first speaker today is someone who is passionate about two things. One, to create great experiences. And second, to create great web experiences. His company was part of the co-working space revolution. It is impossible to miss the impact his company has had on the startup world in the last couple of years. I'm sure you've all heard about his company. I'm of course talking about Wework, a company which has changed the way thousands of startups work today. And the company is valued at 16 billion today. Him and his co-founder have had this idea of putting community at the heart of co-working spaces. So we're going to be talking about the story of Wework and where they are now. So without any further ado, please join me in welcoming on stage Dhiraj and co-founder and chief creative officer of Wework, Miguel McKelvey.
welcome to London.
Happy to be here. I like the way you prepped the audience with that instruction for an amazing welcome. That was intimidating and awesome.
Well, I heard that that's what they do. You've told your employees that when you come into a meeting, they need to do that.
Every time.
Yeah.
Literally standing ovation everywhere I go. It's a requirement.
That's good. So thanks for coming and flying out here for this from New York. Let's get right into it. I'll ask the burning question everyone wants to know. Where do you stand on the EU referendum for the UK to leave Europe?
You know, it's funny, I've actually been asked that a couple of times, and each time I'm like, who am I? How could I possibly have an interesting opinion about that? But I will say, there is something interesting about the word we and about the opportunity that these kind of things create for someone when they have to make a decision. And certainly coming together to make important decisions is something we all face. So I think it's a time to really have a great dialogue, and that's really all we can hope for, is that people are thinking about it, you know?
So you're an architect, and you know, I've been in dozens and dozens of co-working spaces across the world, and Wework has some of the most unique and best, in my opinion, some of the best design that you'll see in any of these spaces. Most of them, it's not even close. Where did the design, where did the look and feel, the aesthetic come from? And how did you make it work early in the startup with very little money, that you didn't have?
Well, I think part of coming from a design background, you know, one of the things that I had learned early on, partially with interior design, but also even with web design, was that you could really trick people if you could make it seem like you were big and important, even if you weren't. Because, you know, especially in the early web days, when it was harder to, you didn't have Squarespace or another way to make a website quickly, if you could create a professional looking website, and of course this is simple now, but back in the late 90s, you could actually give people the impression that you were a great company just by really creating a facade that made it feel that way. And so I learned early on how to make things that looked really good and to do them efficiently. And I applied that same thinking really to interior design, to the way that you could use just the right touches, the right places to invest in to make a space look really good without spending, outlandish amounts of money.
At the earliest points of a startup, how do you know where to actually, I got to do this right and spend the money that this requires versus no, I should cut corners and just, and make it look nice, but not put the kind of money or time I would if I had it?
I think that's a really tough thing, because when you're facing a lot of challenges, you can only stay up all night so many times. So figuring out, where that energy should go. I don't think that discussion ever stops. So of course, it's different when you're a startup and you only have a few people, but now as 1,500 people, we still sit in a room and talk about that. Where do we focus our energy? How do we decide, even sort of as an executive team, do we think about this or think about that? I think that's one of the great challenges of building a company. I know that there are perhaps false indicators that can push you in the wrong direction. Again, if you don't have the willingness to really do the work, to sit there and think about it. So I'll give one simple example. For a long time, I was resistant to giving up control of our bank accounts, because I felt like, if I wasn't watching the money, that no one else would do it as well as me. But that was completely wrong use of my energy, to spend 2 hours a day just watching money, to make sure we didn't run out, that's just a stupid use of my time. And so, if you're not able to step back and realize prioritizing your own time, how can you do it in a much big picture way?
So who does that now?
Well, hopefully a very qualified financial organization made up of experts in their field. Certainly not me, who had
it's
no
not something
background.
you hand off to your cousin or your college roommate
one
or
of
something.
our first employees was a guy who was literally, in the top first 5 or 7, whatever it was a guy who we believed would watch the money, and that was his ultimate and best skill. And that was what gave me the ability to say, to let go.
Is there a certain kind of glasses you wear to watch the money, or is it just...
Unfortunately, when they started making great mobile apps for banking, it just made it, something that
he can work from. He's on a beach somewhere,
literally
watching the money
all the time. It's nonstop.
You guys are valued as the sixth most valuable privately held startup and you're adding 5 to 10 new locations a month. And this contrasted with where a lot of, or I would say most co-working spaces are just having a hard time being viable. So how have you made a business out of this, and where many of the others have failed or are really struggling?
Well, so the first thing was that we believe that, you know, a high level of service, one, design, which you mentioned, but also a high level of service, a sort of high touch environment where we could have community managers, where we could have cleaning staff, we could have porters that help with things. We knew that that was essential to the experience, to the hospitality that we wanted to create. And so in order to do that, we needed scale, because, you know, you can't employ 3 community managers, sometimes 5 to 7 community managers in a building unless you've got, you know, enough people to support that. So when we wanted to do buildings with 400 people in them, that sounded kind of crazy at the time. Then when we did a building, one of the ones in New York, in Soho, first time we were signing a lease that would fit 1,000 people. And there was no one who had even thought of that idea, that you could put 1,000 people. And of course, they're not all startups, but they're all entrepreneurial companies. That was an outlandish idea. Now, Moorgate, which hopefully some of you guys were at last night, that's about 3,100 small companies and entrepreneurs, startups. So it's a scale that you have to conceptualize in order to deliver a business model that works. It's just not possible any other way, you know?
Do you ever get, like, when it's quiet and you're alone and you think about how big the company is?
Your voice just got much lower.
I think that's the say, tapping a dog.
That's what happens when you make big claims about world records, Guinness records. It draws attention.
Or you say stuff about the referendum. People don't like that. You know, Downing Street's right over here.
That's true.
So, do you worry about the expectations? I mean, now, like, when you get to be that big, you have to have a huge exit in order to be successful, right? So, how do you manage those?
You know, that's a great question, and I mean, every entrepreneur or startup would love to have that problem. I certainly would never complain, but it definitely changes the way you think about the business, because when you're just trying to make it, you know, it's like each step forward feels like, you know, positive advancement, and you can always sort of, you can take the wins in the context of moving forward. Once you have a big value, then there's a whole different context where you don't want to lose it, you know, and that's happened to people. Obviously, we all know about companies that have gotten devalued and who have faced challenges where perception has changed about their company. And that's weird. That's really weird. You know, it's weird to imagine that you're protecting something rather than just building it. And so we honestly feel we're at the very beginning. Like, we honestly feel like the world is changing so quickly, and we're trying to keep up with, you know, this kind of energy. You know, this is spreading, right? And so we feel like we still have a long way to go. We still feel like we're innovating, like we're growing, like that valuation, while it's certainly high, can still increase. And so that's our mindset, is we're growing, we're building a company that will be here 100 years from now. And so we still got a lot of work to do.
And so, just on that point of 100 years, I mean, if you raise venture capital, doesn't that in itself mean you probably will not move? Is this working?
I don't know if you saw the Trump thing the other day where he said, we don't pay for bad microphones.
No, I didn't see that.
It was really
I don't follow him
obnoxious.
that closely.
Very obnoxious, but anyway.
Although I started following him since I got here. It's everywhere. So he's big. He's big here. But like, when you think of companies that last 100 years, right? You think of the Coca-Cola company. You might think of the Ford company. I'm thinking of American companies. You think of the Ford company. I don't know. Barclays has been around for what, hundreds of years. Like, if you raise venture, don't you sort of cut off a lot of opportunities to be around for hundreds of years, do you think? Because like a lot of these companies, they started in families, ran in families for a long time. They kind of didn't have this rapid, insane growth. And when I hear people say, I want to build a 100-year company, I think of hearing Mark Pincus say that at Stanford probably 5 or 6 years ago when I was visiting there for a lecture series, and sitting there thinking, you're not Zynga, I don't think, but like, it didn't seem like he was ever building the type of company that you would want to, he was just saying it, right? So with all of these expectations and with the investors and everything out, like you got to get an exit, right? I mean, how can you really think about something 50, 100 years in the future? How can you build for that?
Well, I think you hear this if you're like watching sports or whatever. It's like it's always about, being on the field that day, right? And I think, you can't imagine 100 years from now, but what you can do is focus on making today really great and being successful. And so when we think about what we're trying to do, which is really to empower people who are living this life, who are on this journey towards, self-determination and, personal growth in a business context, every day, if we can empower them, then we're valid as a company. So if you come in and you're better off one day because you were in a Wework space, then we've done something for you that will be valid, no matter what. And that will be valid 100 years from now. Like, no matter what the context is, as long as we've continued to grow and obviously respond to all the weird things that will evolve, and, Wework may be completely VR at some point, who knows? But the point is that if that's the world that we're in, of continuing to empower people, I don't think that ever goes away. So I think we're more focused on the day-to-day progression rather than being like, well, what will we look like in 100 years from now? You have to succeed every day,
Yeah, WeWork VR, that would be interesting. I could just stay home and work from home, and then I would be in WeWork. I like that.
Yeah.
You're working on that, or is that an exclusive?
No, that's horrible. Don't even think about it. The whole point is for us to see each other in real life and breathe each other.
I agree. Tell us, give us a couple of insights on design and how you look at design. You've got a lot of early stage founders in the room. Give us a couple of principles that are important with design that help you and have inspired you with WeWork.
Well, one of the first things that everyone talks about collisions, there's been like all this idea about, random intersection and how that can lead to things. I think having a longer term perspective on relationships and the value of relationships is really important for people who are sitting in this room as well as in a WeWork space. If you have the feeling that someone that you meet today could be meaningful to you 5 years from now or 10 years from now, that you're really trying to form a foundation of people that have some meaning to you. I think that if design can support that, if simple decisions about design can allow for those things to flourish, then it's doing its job. We have flashy, whatever, colorful wallpaper, we've got cool furniture, and a lot of that stuff is about trying to, make people pay attention, to sort of lift their head up, to stop looking at their phone and perhaps be more interested in engaging with other people. But it's all in the framework of trying to make those connections happen. And so I think that's like the idea. I mean, a normal interior designer who has a job designing whatever they're designing, I don't think that's the framework that they work within. But it should be, because we need opportunities for human connection. It's one of the biggest challenges that we all face these days, and so that's the framework that we work in.
Are there countries or cultures where WeWork doesn't work?
That's a great question, one that we're facing now. We're about to open in Shanghai July 1st. I'll go there next week to sort of see the final product before it opens. Incredible, interesting question. Like, what will there are already replicas of WeWork in China, so it's not like it's they built the brand for us in some way by saying we are the WeWork of China. So there is a premise, but at the same time...
Is it called WeWork, just said in Chinese, or did they use a different name?
Yeah, there are quite a few slight derivations, definitely. And certainly there are many that are photographic, like replicas of photos. Yeah.
Wow.
And that's tough, but at the same time, we think that we have something unique to offer, and that the design of the space or the name is really not what's important. What's important is the fundamental quality and character of the environment that we create and the vibe.
Tell us what WeLive is.
So WeLive is amazing, at least from my perspective, because it is a shared residential experiment. It's a place where we took a lot of the things that we understood about work and applied to an apartment building. with 200 small apartments, apartments of all kinds of configurations, actually, small, up to 3 and 4 bedroom units. But the fundamental premise is that, and this is really important, the premise is that when you come in because you want to be connected to other people. You're looking for connection. And that premise has led to a really interesting and amazing environment where people describe themselves as a family. Now, in New York, the idea that 300 people who live in an apartment building would consider themselves a family is pretty extraordinary. But again, we're just at the start of figuring out what that means, how to empower it, how to increase it, how to make it right for more people, et cetera.
Yeah, so they're like fitness classes, they're like potluck dinners, laundry. It's sort of like, I haven't, it's interesting because I first heard about it, I was just kind of like, what? And then I was like thinking about it, I haven't experienced it firsthand, but is it like, probably the funnest year of my life was living in the dorms in college. And I don't know, it seems like they're very nice. They're not dorms, they're very nice. But like just that experience of like you walk out the door and like there are things going on, right? And there are people doing, like, you can't get lonely and, I have 3 little kids, so I don't know if you want me to live in can I live in the We Live if I have kids? Or
yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're still evolving the solution for families, but that's definitely a goal.
It's like a kid floor or something?
Yeah.
What about if I'm like, it also seemed like, it'd be a good place for like my 50-year-old divorced dad who's, depressed. Can I get him into We Live? Because it seemed like a good place to put him.
To answer that
Don't
question,
discriminate against him, come on.
No, but that's actually a really great point, is that I've been there with my son who's 6, and it's amazing for him to be in an environment where adults are sort of engaging with him in a context that you would imagine doesn't really exist. And my mom, who is 74, has been there, and she's hung out and really enjoyed. So, it does feel like a place that allows for, this sort of broad spectrum of people, for sure.
Yeah, it seems like a good place to to just rebuild those relationships. You could I don't know. The concept is, it makes complete sense to me that it could work, and I guess we'll see. Is it something where when the economy turns, and this is the other thing, is it for wealthy millennials, or is it something that the normal person is going to be able to get into? And
it's interesting because, again, it's an experiment, and at this point we're trying to figure out, who is the audience, who enjoys it the most, who's the most empowered by it. Right now it's really broad. There are people who, like I said, do have families. There are people who are sort of new to the city. And there are also people, one of the most interesting stories to me is a professional woman, 35 years old, in a long-term relationship. For some reason it doesn't work out, And so she's got to move out of her place and build a new life.
Right.
To come into that environment and have everything taken care of, you don't have to buy furniture, you don't have to sign up for cable television or internet or anything. You walk in and you have all the logistics taken care of, and you have a social network of awesome people around you. It's an ideal solution, and that's one that I think, when you think about that human being in that situation, it's pretty amazing to see it happen.
Final question, as a designer, what are the best design pair of Nike shoes ever made?
Ooh, that's a tough question. So I grew up in Eugene, which is where Nike started. I've been really a Nike devotee from the beginning. And when I was a kid, I used to get the shoes and slice them up and take them apart and try to figure out how they were assembled. So it was a big part of my, you're wearing shoes inspired by the classic Jordans. Jordans changed culture, they were really a part of an incredible evolution of the way we think about sports. So I think, I couldn't say a specific one, but I would say the Jordan brand is definitely...
The 11s probably, right?
But I will say there's one other one, and that was, I don't know, for many of you guys, you may be too young, but there was the Air Revolution, which was the first basketball shoe with the air sole and the window that showed the air sole. And when they had it in the Nike store, they had a strobe light that flashed through the little window in the shoe. And literally from the time I'm a kid, that's one of my clearest branding images, most powerful brand images I've ever seen. And then they had the commercial with the Beatles song. So you put that together, pretty profound, amazing job.
Let's give it up for Miguel. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Okay. We starting off all right? Nobody's walked out yet? Okay, come on up here, guys. And it is all guys. Okay. Hopefully that will change later in the day. So these gentlemen are all part of our startup program, which I mentioned earlier. We had 600 startups apply. We had 14 that we accepted, and these are the best that our community has to offer. And what we want to do in this exercise is to figure out how we can help these companies, okay? So while they're talking, be thinking about connections or relationships or other people that you might know that can be beneficial to them, and see if we can all collectively, with the power of this room, push them to the next level. So I'm going to give you no more than 1 minute, but if you want to go less, they will probably thank you. So tell us, what are you working on? What problem are you solving?
So I'm going to take a flight to LA tonight. It means I'm going to be away from my family. I'm going to move there. I'm missing family dinners, events. I do have Skype. I have Messenger. I even have Snapchat. But it's just very distant. So we in Wordprint are bringing human connections and relationships in the virtual world into a whole new level. How? By using virtual reality. The problem with virtual reality today is that there's no people inside the virtual world. The only way to bring people into the virtual world is to 3D scan them. That's why we're building a global network of 3D scanners to make 3D scanning accessible for everyone. We're connecting content providers like gaming companies, VR companies, to users through our platform. We launched in February. We have 2 locations. We're working with CBS and talking with Paramount. We're at the moment exhibiting at E3 conference in LA. We did a scan in every 90 seconds yesterday. And we need help to connect us with gaming companies, VR companies, theme parks, museums, public places. Thank you.
Very good. Let's hear it. That's very good. And here's, stand over here. And this is the first time this ever happened. When we were in the elevator yesterday, we're going up the elevator and you're telling me about your startup, and literally a guy was getting out of the elevator and he like throws his arm in the door and is like, "Wait, I'm a gaming investor. I need to talk to you." Did you get funding? Did he like write you did he hand you British pounds on the spot, or did that any?
Not yet, but it will happen probably in the future. He connected me, so I will speak with him. I will meet him. Let's see.
Okay, it will happen probably in the future. Okay, that's very, I like you played both sides there. I like that. Okay, how can we help you? Tell us real quickly.
So we need connections in gaming companies, VR companies, also like public places like theme parks, museums, stuff like that.
Great. And the name of your company again?
Wordprint 3D.
Okay, thank you very much. All right. Yaniv, my friend from Tel Aviv, how are you?
Good.
Okay, tell us what your company is, what your name of your company is, and what problem you're solving.
Okay, so my name is Yaniv Alfi, and I'm one of the co-founders and CEO of LinkPix. Basically what LinkPix does, it's a one-stop shop for photographers, graphic designers, print shops. Every service providers in the event industry today has a very complicated process to share, transfer, selecting, downloading, uploading digital content. So this is what LinkPix does. Our cloud-based SaaS platform, this is what we provide to all the suppliers and the event owner to share thousands of photos and projects and information without having a very complicated process. This is what we're doing.
LinkPig. Let's hear it. Very good. Very good. Yes. Okay. Stand over here. Okay. And I understand you. So have you raised funding yet?
No.
Any funding? No. Bootstrap.
Bootstrap.
Yeah. Bootstrappers. Any bootstrappers in here? Yeah. Let's party tonight. Us. Yeah. Let's do this. Okay. But you have this really crazy new thing that I've heard of some companies having. It's called revenue. Is that right? I hear you have some revenue.
Yeah. We worked very hard in the last 12 months, and
but before that, you weren't working hard?
Almost 15 years. So yeah, we have recruited more than 300 service providers in the event industry. We managed more than 25,000 events and weddings already. Every day, even today, we managed more than 200 events through our platform, and we are a subscription model. We don't have anyone that leave the system yet. We earned more than, can we say numbers?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so we earned more than $20,000 US every month, and we have thousands of users using our mobile application, our platforms, and we're really excited to go out and launch our platform.
Great. So $250,000 in recurring revenue. Well done. How can we help you? Real quick, 5 seconds. How can these people help you?
We're looking for any service providers in the event industry, graphic designers, large studios, event planners, photographers. Anyone that is surrounding this event industry can really leverage our platform.
LinkPick, thank you very much. Well done. Okay. Payroll to go. Tell us what you're doing.
Okay, my name is Vici. Payroll and tax is nightmare. A long time ago, where I work, it's a small company, and they just give me the salary. They never give me the salary slip, and they just deduct my income tax. But then, after the end of the day, I got a nice phone call from the government saying, "Hey, Vici, your tax calculation is wrong. You got a fine, and you still have to submit the correct one." And it's happened also to my partner. That's why it's happened to me, it happened to her, it can happen to anyone. That's why we created Payroll to Go. Our goal is to help micro and small companies to manage their payroll and always comply with government regulation.
Very good. Well done. And you have customers already?
Yeah.
How many do you have? And
currently we have 300 sub company.
300 companies. And you've raised funding?
Yeah. Raising now or already raised?
Have you raised before?
Oh, not yet.
Bootstrap. Bootstrap. Yeah, clap for that, for sure. It's awesome. Okay, how can we help you, real quick?
Yeah, we need to get to more market to know about us, so like coverage and also advertisement.
Okay, so if you need a payroll services platform, okay, these are your guys. Thank you very much. Well done. Okay, tell us about your company and the product that you're solving.
All right, my company is called KinoNation. KinoNation is the pipeline between filmmakers and content owners and streaming services like Netflix, Amazon, etc. So in the old world, if you want film distribution, if you want to have a movie, it takes a lot of time, a lot of money, relationships. It's a very old manual system in industry. So KinoNation has built an automated system for this and makes this very quick and very cheap, and gives access to all these filmmakers, for example, who didn't have access before. So we have traction. We have about 5,000 titles in our so far on our platform. We have signed up about 15 streaming services, all the major players, and international, global players too, and we have revenue. We made $600,000 last year, and we paid out to content owners.
Wonderful, thank you. And how can we be useful to you? How can we help you?
Yeah, I thought about this. One of the platforms we don't have is Google Play. We have all the big other players, so maybe...
Anybody know anybody from Google here? Actually, Google is here somewhere. Yeah, somewhere, okay. Okay, that's one.
So, I mean, we scale very simply by expanding in more territories and in more streaming services. So, whoever has like relationships with the media world and telecom world would be also interesting, not just as an investor, but also as a connector.
Yeah, my brother actually is a Hollywood producer, and when I read about your startup, you should absolutely, he worked on The Lone Survivor, and he worked on Mother's Day, which is on the buses everywhere here now. And Everest, so he'd be a guy you should talk to. So let me sync him up with you. These are 4 of the 14. Let's give it up for them. Thank you all very much. Well done. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Oh, that's right. Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Finn Mpofu. I am director for Startup Grind in Scotland. If you are ever in Aberdeen, Edinburgh, or Glasgow, please feel free to reach out. Would love to welcome you to the city. Our next fireside chat is called Cockroach Club, How to Survive the Seed and Series A Slump. And our next guest speaker knows a thing or 500 about raising capital for startups. Dave McClure is founding partner for 500 Startups, a seed and early stage fund and incubator program. They were founded in 2010 and have invested in over 1,500 companies. That is 250 companies per annum on average. He's got one of the most impressive CVs out there, founded Accel Computing in 1994, sold it in 1998. He was director of marketing for PayPal. He was investment director for Facebook's FB Fund, and was also investment manager for Founders Fund. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a huge Startup Grind welcome for Dave McClure of 500 Startups.
Well, welcome.
How you doing?
Good. It's good to see you.
Nice to see you too, in another country.
Yeah. So you tell us where you've been roughly over the last 3 weeks.
I'm not quite sure. I think this is the 8th or 9th city in the last 2.5 weeks, but Middle East, Hong Kong, back to the Middle East, Dublin, Madrid, and here.
Why'd you go back? You forget something?
Yeah, exactly. I left a comb in someplace in Dubai. I had to go back and get it. Yeah, so just been spending a lot of time over here. We're on the road sort of raising our new fund and meeting some of the team members in different places and occasionally talking to a bunch of nerds. Hi.
I saw a really big bag in the back. Is that full of money or something from the Middle East?
I killed somebody in Hong Kong and traveled
good.
back. I get a bounty.
Oh, good. That's new revenue stream.
Exactly. We're always looking.
Okay, so you travel to dozens of countries. You've taken 25 red eyes this year. You've spoken at 100 events. What type of drugs are you on, and how do you get them through British customs?
Yeah, actually, I'm trying to figure out if they're legal.
Local dealers in every city.
Or not, but
the Tinder for
hopefully
drugs.
we'll get to the point where all the drugs that I'm taking are legal in most of the places I'm going. But
just avoid the dogs, right? Always avoid the dogs. VC funding for startups has dropped 25% in the first quarter of 2016.
Whatever.
I spoke to a very prominent firm, general partner at a firm recently, who said that in 2014 in the first quarters they did 12 investments. Last year they did 8. This year they've done 1. What say you?
How
do you feel?
I think they should probably get their shit together because I think they're leaving a lot of opportunities on the table. Who is that? Seriously? Do they want to publicly admit that they're like stopping investing in startups? Why the fuck do they exist? Like, oh, we're a VC firm and we've decided to stop doing investing because so few people are using the internet. Really? I hadn't noticed that people stopped buying shit online lately.
Well, so are you saying that you've invested in just as many startups this year as you did last year and the year before in the same period?
We're on pace to probably do more. We did about 500, maybe 500 or 600 last year. We'll probably do at least that many this year. I mean, the only reason I would say to not do investments in this climate is because you think valuations are too high. And if you're correct that there's been a pullback in the market, then you would sort of guess that the valuations are lower, and you would be more inclined to do investment, not less.
You don't think everybody's clinched?
Unless VCs are sheep.
You don't think people have clinched? I mean, you would know this way better than I would, but everyone I talk to in the Valley, that's a VC. I don't know about necessarily like very, very early stage or doing international investments, may be different, but like VCs are all, I don't know, everyone I've talked to is like, we're going to wait and see what happens. And they're doing some investments, but
that's bullshit. They're just talking the market to their advantage. I think, a bunch of people have raised funds in Q1.
Sure.
People raised like billion-dollar funds in Q1. So
I think they're just getting the fees right
now. The LP environment is certainly still open to investing in VCs. If the funding environment is down 25%, that still means we're up over probably the last 2 or 3 years. I mean, there's still billions of dollars being deployed into the market.
Evaluations for the seed.
This is all a bullshit story by the fucking press to like say, oh, the sky is falling. Like, yes, you know, valuations go up and down and the amount of capital goes up and down, but do you think there are less people online building less companies, buying less shit than last year? You're fucking insane. Like, why do you think Amazon and Apple and Google and Facebook are so fucking dominant? Because everybody has a goddamn smartphone in their hands. In fact, they got 2 of them, and they're buying shit. So, like, what is the press's problem? Oh, sky is falling. No, prices might be too high. Innovation is not dead. In fact, it's rising. In Europe, there are way more seed funds and other capital available than ever before. If we want to talk ourselves into depression, sure, we can do that, but that's a fucking bullshit story. Right, you know, if the rest of the market wants to talk down valuation so I can invest at 20% lower prices, shit, yeah, I'm psyched about that. Sorry for you guys, but it's awesome for me. But like, really? Do you think there's less opportunity this year than last year, than the year before, than the year before, than the year before? You're fucked in the head.
You're saying that generally you're not targeting that at me, or are you targeting that at me?
No, you're beautiful this morning.
Thank you.
Very, very pretty bald head.
It's shaved, but
yes,
whatever.
Exactly.
Has the requirement for traction changed? Have the applications changed that you've been seeing? What do you require now? I mean, what gets you excited when a company applies?
I mean, same thing as always. We look for product that's functional, early customer usage. You know, probably.
How many? Well, give us some numbers.
$10,000 to $50,000 a month in revenue probably is a
10 to
sweet
50
spot.
or 15?
10 to 50. $50,000 US. But you know, sometimes it's not revenue based. So maybe a couple of enterprise pilots, maybe, you know, a couple 100,000 users if there's no revenue.
Thing or something,
Yeah, but I mean, we're trying to identify when people are obviously buying shit or using your shit before, you know, I don't know, before you're at a Series A level, before you're at $1 million in revenue. But we want to see that you've got a product out the door and that you have customers. If you come up to me and say, hey, I've got a really great idea, I'm like, fuck you, I don't care. You know, it's just like there's lots of people with smart ideas, but getting...
Can that person still take a selfie with you? Or
yes,
is it...
of course.
Yeah,
I will still do that.
Okay, cool.
But I don't want to hear about your idea. I want to hear what customers think about your products.
Yeah.
And show me some evidence.
What's the hardest part of running 500 startups?
Raising money, keeping track of everybody across 20 different countries.
When you go to raise money, do you wear shoes?
Yeah, probably. I probably do.
I think you're meeting with the Prime Minister tonight. Are you gonna wear Angry Birds? Or are you gonna?
Will they let me in with flip-flops?
Do you have an Angry Birds bow tie? Were they gonna let you in?
Yeah, probably not with a shirt that has Arabic on it, but maybe. I don't know. I think I would probably wear flip-flops if they won't turn me away, but I don't know.
Those look like jean sweatpants. Are those real jeans, or are those like jeans that... Can I
they're
feel
like
them?
some skinny pants shit.
I think they're like sweatpants, like really nice sweatpants.
Fuck you, man. Come on. Don't bust me on stage.
It's awesome. Okay, let's get back to this.
We can talk about some serious shit.
There's all sorts of names you just call me. I can say something about sweatpants. Okay, what part of building 500 was easier than you expected?
Building the brand. Actually, the brand and the differentiation was really easy. I mean, a lot of it was we were looking at how do we differentiate from other traditional VC firms in the Valley? How do we differentiate from Y Combinator and Techstars that are doing accelerators? And a lot of that was pretty simple. Generally, the strategy is don't have a stick up your ass, and you know you can easily differentiate yourself from most of the rest of the Valley.
Well, it seems like you started with. I mean, it's amazing how far those slide shares in those talks that you started with, like the kind of the genesis of your
Most of it was startup metrics for pirates, and then a couple of other talks about how to do a pitch deck.
People are still talking about that talk. I mean, I had somebody this week mention that, like, oh, you should check out this R talk by Dave McClure. I'm like, the one from 2001, you know? And it's like, I mean, but it resonated. People, I mean, it was different. It was new, right? And it's kind of a...
It's a simple idea and mostly just one picture. And other folks, I think, have taken that much further now. I think Ash Maurya and Eric Ries and a bunch of other people, you know, probably have more thoughts on that topic. But it was simple. And I think that what was resonated. But I mean, you know, in addition to social media and other education, the initial thesis we had was just making a large number of investments would result in better investment returns. And you know, from the data that we've gotten so far from Fund 1 and Fund 2, that looks very much on target. So,
do you have enough capital to then stick with the best bets? Like, you're in, I think you've had, I don't know, how many exits have you had? 24 or something? I mean, you've had so many exits.
Yeah, but meaningful. Well, so we probably had, I don't know, maybe 50 to 100 exits, probably 50 that are positive exits, and probably eight that are meaningful from a capital perspective. Okay. And that sort of mirrors the overall portfolio. I think, you know, we take for granted that probably half our investments will go to zero or not return capital. Maybe we might make a little bit of money on 20 to 30%, but really most of our economic return comes from less than 10% of portfolio, and really, you know, probably 2% turn into the unicorn 50x story, and maybe 5% turn into sort of 20x $100 million story. What I'm probably most proud of is the fact that we've got over, you know, 20 companies in our first fund, over, you know, about 265 companies, 20 that are worth more than 100 million, and 3 that are worth more than $500 million. But I don't brag or worry about the unicorns. I think we're trying to get a distribution of outcomes that are, you know, modestly positive.
Do you think at some point in the near future that the early stage model will change more into the favor of entrepreneurs? I don't mean valuations. I mean like real fundamental change. Like does it not seem funny to you that like I invest $25,000 in a company like Uber and it ends up turning into $40 million? Does that not seem like it's like this the greatest
rare
wealth? It is rare, but should there not be caps on some of those things? Is there not a point where we say like, hey, look, I got 100x return on my investment, I'm good, you know? Or like, you know, here's the value that I brought to the table. Like, is it?
I would probably prefer not to deal with income inequality that way. What I might suggest is it may not make sense for VCs to be comprised of money that's not coming from the entrepreneurial community. Like, I feel like, you know, a future version of 500 is probably that we're just collecting money from previous entrepreneurs and other people in our community and using that to invest back into them. So I think with, you know, with YC to some extent and maybe a few other funds, having community-driven LPs and investors seems like where we're headed. And so I don't, although there will still be a place for raising money from, you know, external individuals and, you know, institutions. More and more the small fund, I think you can probably raise from your own community. And so why not let more people share in the success of Uber rather than sort of putting a cap or limit on the folks that make a return?
It was recently reported that 45% of the Silicon Valley show HBO character Erlich Bachman, who is the founder of the Hacker Hostel, was actually you. How accurate,
or Sean Parker, but
how accurate is the 45% of?
I don't have as much hair as Erlich Bachman, and I don't smoke as much dope, but I'll leave that one.
It's legal in California, so. Is it legal?
I'm flattered, but Dick Costello hasn't given me a call to go on the show yet. And my own reality TV show was unfortunately canceled after one episode aired.
What did you learn from that?
Oh, Jesus.
Don't
spend 2 years.
Don't spend time on TV.
Don't spend too much fucking time on TV. Yeah, you know, like startups, TV shows fail.
Yeah. Yeah. What screws up European startups? Are there specific things that hurt people here more than other places?
I don't think that startup entrepreneurs are really that different from place to place. I mean, I think there's cultural differences, there's experience and mentorship differences, but I still think there's smart people everywhere. What's different is there's not capital everywhere. That's changed pretty dramatically, at least in London, in the last 3, 4, 5 years. So I feel like the environment here is a lot healthier than it was just 5 years ago. I think when Seedcamp was getting started, Saul Klein and Reshma and other folks had to work really hard to kind of build up a lot of the ecosystem here, and other VCs were helping with that. But now you're seeing a lot more folks, Passion Capital and others, White Star, that are doing seed fund work here. And I think that's what really has made a difference. You've had a few larger exits from European and British companies, and I think that provides mentorship and experience. But there's never been a lack of talent, either in London or in the EU overall.
Will you always be in Silicon Valley? Is it a non-negotiable?
I mean, I think we'll
part
have
of
a
500
very large
startups?
presence in Silicon Valley. About half of our team is in Mountain View and San Francisco, but the other half is spread across 20 countries and 5 other continents. And I would say that in another couple of years, we hope to be in 50 to 100 tech metros around the world. We're certainly investing in over 50 countries so far, and about a third of our capital has been invested outside the US. Some of those companies summarily come to Silicon Valley or come to the US. So I don't think that Silicon Valley has lost any of its luster or any of, it is a very special place. There's really amazing people that come there. It's a great environment to build a startup, except for the cost structure. But I think there's a lot of other places that are also becoming, relevant and interesting, and London is certainly one of them. Berlin is probably another. So is Dubai, so is Bangalore, so is Beijing, so is Sao Paulo. There's a lot of places around the world now that have critical mass. And it's really sort of more, again, on the investor side that I think is the challenge. Building the investor ecosystem and getting 5 to 10 sort of seed funds off the ground in a lot of geographies, it's what's really required. The investor community tends to complain about the talent level of the entrepreneurs. They're mostly full of shit. It's usually the investors that are weak links in those ecosystems, not the entrepreneurs.
When entrepreneurs international entrepreneurs come to Silicon Valley and say, hey, can you introduce me to investors that would invest in my startup? I can immediately basically eliminate everyone, except
It's
for
tough.
a very few people.
I mean,
and I wonder, most of them, what they say is they, if they're being honest, they say, like, we have so much here to worry about, we can't even think about these other places. And so do the returns justify the work for you,
us?
for your investors? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think our early...
It's a lot of work.
It's certainly a lot of work, and it doesn't pay off right away.
Yeah.
I mean, our portfolio right now, I would say the international investments are performing better, at least on an IRR basis, than US investments. Our accelerator investments are performing better than the seed investments. But still, a good half of our portfolio is seed deals in the US, primarily concentrated in Silicon Valley. What I think is interesting is the Southeast Asia portfolio and the Latin America portfolio are looking like 30% IRRs, which is a little bit better than our overall average performance. And there's less competition in a lot of those markets. So I think the potential in the international markets is really amazing, but it takes 3 to 5 years worth of work and development and patience for them to get off the ground. So people questioning why we're doing the international, it's not because of what's happening now, it's because of what's going to happen in 5 years and in 10 years.
And we have 200 chapters around the world, and you are the #1 person that people ask us to try to connect them with.
You should tell them to aim higher.
But it's a credit to you, and like you get on a plane, you work harder than, compared to VCs, harder than any VC that I know, and harder than basically any entrepreneur that I know as well. But you do really, really hard and not really sexy work to get around and build the brand. And the other thing I like about 500, and 500 has been a partner of ours. I mean, the first time I met Dave was in 2012, and you told me that in the middle of the interview that this interview was really effing boring. And I started sweating, and when you don't have hair and you start sweating, it's really embarrassing, even more than just sweating normally with hair. So I've never forgotten it, and I never will.
I think you generally do great interviews.
And I feel a little bit better now that I got you on the sweatpants, that I kind of we're sort of even now. But the thing I love about 500 is that you guys are accessible. And it doesn't mean that everybody's getting in. You're not. Like you just said, forget it. You got to hit the requirements. But I can go through the mentor network. If you don't think you can find the way to get into 500 startups, you are really incompetent. Because there are so many paths.
I think the main point is just don't hit me up.
No, it's not you. No,
30
that's the
other
dumbest
people
thing
in
to
the
do.
company that can make investment decisions, and there's hundreds of people who can make the intro.
That's right.
I'm actually not doing as many investments now. I'm sort of more on the fundraising side and working with our micro fund managers to help them with problems. So I'm tending to try and let the investment decisions be made by the rest of the company.
Right. Let's give it up for Dave McClure. Thanks for being here, man. Appreciate it. And Dave's, it's a real head. And Dave is going to be doing Startup Court today. Do you know about this?
Okay.
Yeah, you think?
Some
Yeah.
wig or something.
He's going to have a proper Parliament wig during Startup Court downstairs. So head down there, and he's going to be doing some Q&A as well. So I'm going to shut up. What are we doing next? Where are we at? Been sitting up here for too long. What is it, a break? All right, we're on a break. Go have a break. When are we coming back? What's your name anyways? Jeff, when are we coming back? What time? All right, there we go. Come back here at 10:45, and there's something that's starting in the break room in just a little bit. So go get something to eat and drink. There's
How was the coffee? We made it extra strong for you. It's going to be a long day. You'll need that. Next, we're going to have not just one speaker, but two extra impressive people on stage. The first person is somebody who is a CEO of a bank, which is the bank when they asked for a paperwork to apply for a bank. It is the first high street bank in the UK in over 100 years. This bank is trusted by many people, and they just won the award for the most trusted financial institution in the UK last Thursday. We're going to have on stage the CEO of this company, which is growing very fast, and he will be interviewed by founder and host of the show London Real. This show has over 50 million views on YouTube. So without any further ado, please join me in welcoming Craig Donaldson, CEO of Metrobank, and Brian Rose from London Real.
Craig, it's nice having you here.
Thank you.
You just listed your company 3 months ago.
Yes.
I think as of today, you've got a £2 billion market cap.
It's about 1.8, I think, but we'll get there.
Okay, you're FTSE 250.
Yes.
You were, I think, the first high street bank granted a license in 150 years.
Yep.
And yet 7 years ago, it was you, 4 guys, and a blank piece of paper. Are you bringing sexy back to banking?
I've never been called sexy. Definitely not sexy. No, I think just bringing service. It's all about focusing on customers. That's all it is. You know, it's called innovative in banking because people have forgotten what it's about. So, but it's about technology, people, and place, and just focusing it all on the customer.
How do you go after institutions like Barclays and RBS, which you used to work for as well, and Lloyd's? I mean, how do you go head-to-head against these retail banks that have been around for hundreds of years? I went into my own branch of NatWest recently, and I was treated like a customer for the first time in a long time. They're really putting a lot of focus back. How can you really compete with that?
I don't look to compete with them. First of all, I work out what customers want. Looking at what the competition do doesn't tell you what the customers actually want, it tells you what they're getting delivered to them. So we worked out what customers want. We were copying the commerce model and bringing it to the UK, and we went onto Google, looked at the top 10 reasons people didn't like their bank, and just engineered them out. And built the bank based on what customers wanted. So stores are open 7 days a week, technology that works, and real customer focus. We call it create fans. Last year we spent £60,000 on advertising.
60,000.
Yeah, I'm going to be lower this year. And we doubled the size of the bank.
So many tech startups and startups in general, they have to allocate a large amount of the funds raised. You raised £1 billion.
We've raised £1 billion now, yeah.
And yet 60,000 on marketing.
Yeah, I'm tight. I'm a northerner. It's I'm from Sunderland, sorry, in the northeast of England. No, the original raise we made was £15 million. So we raised £15 million and started to build a bank when there was 4 of us, which basically meant going to Tottenham Court Road, buying the cheapest laptops you could find. When it got to 12 of us, we got some desks and serviced offices, and we built from there. 2,100 people today, nearly 800,000 customers and growing, over 6 billion in deposits. And actually, the reason why we grow, the reason why we do it like that is we really value every pound. And my view is people don't trust advertising from banks. Well, they don't trust advertising, they trust advertising from banks even less. So I'd much prefer to spend the money. I spent 30 million on technology last year, 20 million on training, and 30 million on new stores. And to me, that's a long-term investment, whereas advertising is just throwing money into the wind.
Talk to me about the experience when I walk into a Metrobank. Is it true I can walk out with a bank card with my chip and pin working in 15, 30 minutes?
So within 30 minutes, 89% of customers should walk out with, we call it walk out working. So it's all really about fulfillment at point of sale. People want fulfillment when they choose to have it. So 89% of retail customers walk out with the mobile app set up, internet set up, telephony set up, their card printed, they choose their own PIN number, and they could go to the ATM straight away, plug it in, and it's all working, it's all real time. For business customers, it's around about 60% in 90 minutes. Or you could wait 6 weeks for another organization, obviously, or you could wait 90 minutes with us.
So you're going to beat them at their own game?
We're going to be amazing at what we do. My view is I don't get hung up on what the competition do. I don't look at the competition. I know I keep saying this, but I look at customers. And what our customers want is fulfillment at point of sale. It's all about, you know, it's like Amazon have opened stores now. You know, the hardest issue for Amazon when you talk to them is that last yard of delivery. And to me, it's all about how can you make sure through whatever channel you're dealing with, you get fulfillment. Because customers want it now. Not in 24 hours, not in 48 hours, not in 2 weeks or 6 weeks. They want it now. And banking's about customers. We just forgot that.
Right. We have forgot that, right?
Yeah.
We all know about the innovator's dilemma. Do you think, by definition, the big banks like Barclays and Lloyds, they can't respond fast enough to a customer-oriented, retail-focused, it's really a store what you provide, isn't it?
And we call it a store because language is very important to us. Culture is the key. Talking to other organizations, they keep looking for a silver bullet. There is no silver bullet to what we do. It's a million little things brought together, all of them focused on the customer. And that's very hard to copy because you can't copy a culture. You can only build a culture, reinforce a culture, embed a culture, but you can't copy it. And therefore, I love when people say, so what is it? Is it the magic money machines where you get coins counted for free? Is it that you print cards off? Is it that on the mobile app you can freeze and unfreeze your card instantly? So if you've ever left it behind a bar, which I'm sure nobody in the audience has, you don't have to worry about it or rush back to get it or cancel it, and that's a nightmare. So little app development, freeze, unfreeze, instant, real time. Is it any of them? It's all of them. It's everything put together. And it's also a smile. People want to deal with people who've got a bit of zest and energy and want to be there. So it can't be copied. They can try and replicate it, but it can't be copied. And their legacy will hold them back. I thought Barclays were doing a very good job, to be fair. I think their app's a really good piece of work. But it's how fast can they move forward? How agile are they? How many mistakes are they willing to make? And how quickly will they learn from them and move on? That, to me, is where we have an opportunity to keep moving forward, keep developing, keep improving. We've got to be better tomorrow than we were today. And to me, it's that continuous Kaizen-like improvement so that we can't be caught.
Tony Hsieh of Zappos says that a company brand is a lagging indicator of the company culture. Have you thought about that correlation when you really focus on your culture?
Well, yes, because to me, the brand is the public face of the culture. And if you've got a disconnect between the brand and the culture, customers know. Because if you're selling one vision and then delivering another, customers know. And that's why I don't like advertising. You know, when somebody tells me that I should like them, I instantly normally just put a question mark. You know, we're the helpful bank. Really? Question mark? To me, it's much better to deliver it and build the brand off delivery. So like I said, we spent £60,000 on advertising last year, but our net promoter score constantly runs between 75 and 80%. And we win more customers through recommendation from friends, family, and colleagues than anything else. We do not offer incentives. I don't want customers who want to come to me for a special offer. I want customers who want to come to me for service and convenience. Because when they join me for service and convenience, and then I deliver service and convenience, they stay for the long term. And that's how you build a long-term growth model, in my view, is win customers for what you offer, deliver it, and then get more from them.
Talk to me about that last yard. I'm sure most of the founders here have companies that don't get to see their customers on a daily basis. It's virtual, it's online, it's through apps. What can they learn from you about that point of contact where you actually look your customer in the eye and deliver, again, wow, as Tony Hsieh would say?
I think it's all about communication and the two-way communication. So I would say meet them, whatever way that is, virtual or otherwise. You can pay for as much research as you want, but if it's your product, if it's your service, if it's your company, make sure you know your customers and you talk to them. Because there's nothing like knowing it yourself and having that granular touch and feel, especially when you can't afford the research. especially in the early days, that I think makes a huge difference. And then back yourself. Back yourself, because if you're going to make it a real success, you're going to know better than what anybody else is going to tell you.
Is it true you have dog biscuits in your stores?
Yes.
And of course, and these are for the customers. For the customers' dogs. And you open, I heard you open 10 minutes early and 10 minutes late.
So our stores are open 7 days a week, 362 days a year.
bank. Okay.
And the point is that our customers need banking 7 days a week. You know, when you walk down the high street, the stores, the shops, the retailers are open on a Sunday. And they need to get cash in and out. So yeah, we open 7 days a week. We actually do so much business on a Sunday. We deal with more SME customers on a Sunday than we do Monday to Friday. And that shouldn't be a surprise to anyone, because if you're a painter, decorator, builder, electrician, whatever, you kind of need to be on site earning your money Monday to Friday. And we forget that. So for us, yeah, we open from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Monday to Friday, 8 till 6 on a Saturday. It used to be 11 to 4 on a Sunday, but we had to extend the hours because we were just too busy. Couldn't close at 4, so we now close at 5. And we have what we call the 10-minute rule. We don't advertise it, but we have the 10-minute rule, which means we open 10 minutes before and we close 10 minutes later. Because when a customer comes to the door, and it's kind of 2 minutes past 8 on a night, and you open the door and say, come on in, of course we'll serve you, it blows customers away. You know, or you could go to another bank and 2 minutes past 5, they're standing there going, you know, but they're still there. Why can't they serve you? If it's about the customer, they'd open the doors. So we pay our people to be there longer than we have the opening hours, just to create the right engagement with customers.
You were just ranked the UK's top CEO when it came to an anonymous rating from inside your company, your employees. Now, you're a nice guy. But how do you grow a business, you know, from 0 to 2 billion pounds? It's aggressive. It's got to be difficult, and keep everyone in your organization happy. I want to know.
I don't think we do keep everyone happy. I think that what we do is we have a very, very strong value set. And in May 7 years ago, 4 of us sat in a pub with 2 bottles of red wine, and we wrote the values of the organization on 2 beer mats. I have them framed now, hanging up at home. And we've been very true to those values. And we live by the values, we use them in everything we do. And on the first day anybody joins the company, they get the joy of sitting down with me and talking about the values and why it's important that they buy into the values, or they, I call it FIFO. You either, or you, you fit in or you...
FIFO.
Yeah, you FIFO. And it's really important that you're very clear about the values. I think as a small organization, as we were growing, we couldn't afford to carry people who didn't buy into the values of the organization and what we were about. And I still think that's true today. Everybody knows the values. Everybody needs to live the values. And therefore, when you're making hard decisions, as long as you bring it back to the values, you focus it on the values, and you communicate it against the values, people might not agree with the decision, but they can respect why you've made it. And actually, the award was for respect. I don't think I'm that liked, you know. I'm obviously hunting down the 1% that voted against me. But it's... I joke, but it's all about clarity of values and clarity of decision-making against those values.
We've seen some aggressive fintech startups go after the banks. I'm thinking TransferWise right now, and they've made ads that literally thumb their noses at the banks. I loved it. And I love them, and they're great. Yeah. Have you considered that type of aggressive strategy, and if not, why?
Guerrilla marketing I love, and I know Tavitt and Christo, good guys. I've been into their offices and had a coffee with them. And likewise, because you can learn from each other. You know, I love talking to people who've done good things, and I love learning from them. And so Christo was kind enough to talk me through how they've built their company, what they've done, and we share some ideas. So to me, I love their guerrilla tactics. I'm not sure me walking down in my pants holding a sign would work in quite the same way as it did for them. I think I'd have people running away rather than coming towards me.
Never know.
No, I know. Trust me. So yes, we do some guerrilla marketing, but we don't do it in quite the same way, because I think we just have a different value set, a different culture, and therefore we play to our culture. The dog biscuits is part of it. What the dog biscuits is about, and dogs coming into the store, is because what we're saying is, why would we want you not to bring your dog in? We want you to come into the store. We want you to feel welcome. We want you to feel engaged. And you probably love your dog. You know, most people love their dogs. You don't want to tie it up outside and be worried about it. I don't want you to tie it up outside and be worried about it, so bring it in. We have had horses. We've had ferrets. We've had rabbits. The horse was kind enough to leave a deposit. And each store has a pooper scooper, we call it, to scoop up the poop. And unfortunately, the horse kind of beat that. But it doesn't matter, because it's about making sure customers feel welcome.
Right.
And it's about engaging them and getting them to come in and see us and meet us.
What's next for you? Global domination, expanding to Europe, China. Tell the Yanks what time it is.
I'm not doing that. It's interesting about, you say you tell the Yanks that. Over 90% of the investment we raised, from 15 million in the first round to now being over $1 billion in equity, 90% has come from America, where I think they do value growth more than in the UK. It's been very surprising to me. In America, when I did work for RBS, they say, wow, you work for RBS, what did you learn? Whereas here, I get, wow, you work for RBS, God, what did you screw up? So it's kind of very different. What next for us? Well, I'm a lad from Sunderland, like I said. I've promised my dad we'll get a store there at some point. It's about continued improvement, though. It's continued growth. We are investing significant amount of money in our new digital offerings at the front end. We're going to be rolling that out over the next 9 months. But for me personally, it's about making sure we build the culture. I go back to the one thing you can't copy is culture. And the thing that will ensure success of Metrobank is making sure that we have a culture absolutely fanatically focused on the customer.
Do you think
and that's
people
my job.
ignore that culture play? Do you think it gets lip service with a lot of startups?
Yes. And I think that they'll be the ones that won't be there forever or for the long term.
And does that all come down to leadership and who's at the top?
Yeah. I don't think it's who's at the top. I think it comes down to leadership through the organization. And I think it's being clear about expectations against the culture and then being true to it. And, you know, I've made mistakes, more than one or two. And it's interesting how I have people who will call me out and say, you said that doesn't fit with the values. And you kind of go, crikey, it doesn't. So having people able to challenge you and get you back on the right course is really important as well.
Greg, thank you so much.
My
Appreciate
pleasure.
your time.
Thank you very
there
much.
There he is.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, London. My name is Dimitris Litsikakis, and I'm representing Greece. I'm running the chapter in Athens. I'm here to introduce you Dhiraj Mukherjee. He's one of the co-founders of the music identifying service Shazam. She graduated with a master's degree from Stanford University, and she was prior to Shazam, she was working in consulting and as a project manager. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Dhiraj Mukherjee.
Recovered entrepreneur, and they're like, what do you mean? I said, well, you know, I work for a bank. They're like, oh, okay. Would you like to speak anyway? So I thought, well, I could probably slip out of the office for an hour and no one will notice. So I said I have a dentist appointment. But then I find out that they're live streaming this. And so if my boss is watching, I need someone to come and pull a tooth out or something because my excuse is blown. So any dentists in the audience? No? No? Anyone? No? Okay. So why would we use the handheld, please? The handheld. Oh, the handheld. How's that? Can people hear me? All right. You missed my opening joke. I'm so glad. It was terrible. Okay, so look, I've got about 12 minutes to try to talk you out of this whole entrepreneurship thing. I tell you, in my experience as a co-founder of Shazam, I was young and naive when I did it, you know, and that's why I said, don't try this at home. Now that I'm older and much wiser, although my wife would argue with that, I just realized that there's so many risks in this game, you know, so much that can go wrong. So much just doesn't play out as you imagine. But, I mean, I have to take responsibility for my actions, but I largely blame my co-founders. As you can see, it's a pretty motley crew. This is many years ago. And in particular, my co-founder, Chris, who I'm sitting next to, people ask me sometimes, they say, how did you find your co-founder? And he was my drinking partner, basically. We used to sit around and drink beers and say, oh, it'd be great to be an entrepreneur, you know. Well, yeah, it is great to be an entrepreneur, but we didn't have any ideas, so we'd try to come up with ideas, and most of them were absolutely awful. And I'm so glad that we didn't pursue them. But Chris came up with the idea for Shazam, partly because he didn't know anything about music. He's like, I wonder what that song is. He's like, I wonder what that is. And he's like, oh, wouldn't it be great if one could use a system to identify music? And then he thought it would be even better if you could use your mobile to identify music. So he told me his idea, and I said, but that's ridiculous. He said, what do you mean it's ridiculous? I said, well, where are we going to find the technology? He's like, oh, we'll just have to invent it. Now, you have to understand, so I'm not technical, Chris is not technical, Philippe is not technical, you know, so this is non-starter. Luckily, there's one smart guy in that picture, which is Dr. Avery Wang, who actually invented the technology. But I was like, okay, Chris, so let me make sure I understand. So you want to identify any song? So where are we going to find all these songs? And he said, oh, I'm sure we can find them. We'll talk to the record companies. We'll figure it out. So I was like, there's a lot of music out there, you know, and we don't have any music at all. We didn't know anything about the music business. I was like, what about money? We're going to need to raise money. And he said, yeah, well, I'm sure we can figure this out. So being quite analytical, I did a little spreadsheet. I said, chances of inventing the technology, 25%. Chances of finding all the music, I don't know, 30%. So I multiplied the whole thing through, and it came out to chances of doing the whole thing, building the business, making money was 4%. And I thought, yeah, I'll do it. That sounds great. So I quit my job, my well-paid, comfortable job, and I got into business with this lot over here. Now, that was a big mistake. It got worse, because once it became real, then we had to try to find the technology. So the problem was, because we were concerned about confidentiality, so we didn't want to tell anyone the idea. But we wanted to find someone to invent it, which is really quite awkward. And the way it worked back then, people are horrified, by the way. You can see from the gray hair that these are old stories. But Shazam started back in 2000. And in 2000, smartphones didn't exist. The text message had just been invented. You know, there was GSM compression, and the way Shazam worked was, if you wanted to identify a song, you dialed a number on your mobile, on your old classic mobile, which would make a voice call to an IVR system, which would then hang up after 30 seconds, go crunch, crunch, crunch in the background, and then come back with a text message with the name of the song and the artist. So we tried to find somebody to invent the technology which would make it all work, and basically everyone said, get out. You're mad, you're bonkers, you know, what are you talking about? There was one guy on the planet called Dr. Avery Wang who said, we said, that's it, that's our business partner. He's the man, you're hired, you know. So Avery came on board, and he didn't know what he was doing either. He just let himself into this mad business with the three of us, all MBAs. So we're running around writing business plans and financial models and projecting global revenues of hundreds of millions of dollars long before we'd even got the technology. And basically, Avery came to the point where he was about to give up. He's like, I can't invent this frigging thing. It's never going to work. But it's slightly awkward because Chris and Philippe and I were quite determined, you know, sort of like, you know, gung-ho. Yeah, we're going to do it, you know. And so he was like preparing his I give up speech. Meanwhile, we're running around working on the next part of the business, which is need some money. As it happens, we basically tried to talk to angels in the music field, in the mobile domain, anyone who knew anything at all. And they all said pretty much the same thing. They're like, wait a second, so how's this going to work again? And we're like, oh, they don't get it, you know. I mean, it's so obvious. Like, look at the spreadsheet. It has all the answers right there, you know. And miraculously, Avery had a breakthrough where he invented the technology. And people sometimes say, how does it work? And I have no idea at all how it actually works. But it's really complicated, but it works. So we're like, great. He did this in 2 or 3 months. So we had a demo which we could show our investors, and they were suitably impressed. there was one thing among the many things which we hadn't planned properly, which was the timing of the venture. So in 2000 was good. 2001, not so good. Internet bubble, boom. And there was literally blood on the streets, all the startups who had been working so hard to get to that point. And we needed to raise $8.5 million on the back of a bunch of PowerPoint and a demo which we had put together, which was pretty hard work. And I think at the time in London, there were about 53 VCs, and 50 of them rejected us. So we took the other 3. We're like, they're the smart ones, not the other 50 who rejected us, don't really understand what's gone wrong there. And then we managed to get the business started. So this is why I say, looking back now, I thought, oh yeah, we're going to make this happen. We're just going to do it. I look back and I shake my head. What were we thinking? This is an example. Like, these are the people we hired with all that money. I apologize to our investors, but the reality is that we were lucky once we had the funding because we had the pick of the bunch in terms of fantastic talent. We had some of the best engineers. We hired some people who worked for the company where I worked before, so I knew them. And we also hired my cousin, who's in the picture, who started dating one of my co-founders, but I'd probably better not get into that. I think that the way things played themselves out was just a combination of circumstances and a time and a place, but we never thought, I wonder if we should give up, or are we nuts? We just sort of kept going, and it was great fun. We worked really long hours. We did crazy things. We tried to get hold of a mobile operator because in the early days before smartphones, the way the service worked, you dialed 2580, which was the 4 digits straight down the middle of your mobile. And we had to do a deal with all the operators in the UK to get that short code. And one of the operators just refused to return our phone calls. So we called him 44 times before we managed to reach him on the phone. He's like, oh yeah, let's meet up next Tuesday and talk about it. We're like, what about the other 43 voicemails which we left? You didn't even mention it, But crazy stuff like that. And at the end of the day, what actually happened? Well, as you can see from this graph, when I was there in the early days, absolutely nothing happened. Frankly, nobody cared, I talked to people about, they're like, what do you do? I'm like, I'm an entrepreneur. They're like, what does that mean? Are you unemployed? I'm like, no, I'm starting a business, And so this is how it works. They're like, it's never going to work, Like, why not? Why is it not going to work? They're like, no one cares about identifying music. And they were right. Basically, nothing happened. So the biggest contributor to Shazam's success is Steve Jobs. When the iPhone launched and the App Store launched, then finally the service found the right platform. And people are like, oh, this is sort of cool. I'm like, long after I was gone, by the way. So I went and worked for Save the Children after I left Shazam. Just in terms of just numbers, for instance, as you can see, it took 10 years to get to the first billion users of Shazam. The next billion Shazams took a year. The next billion took 2 months. And luckily, no one can blame me for that because I wasn't there. But that's what happened sort of over time. And as I reflect back, I think, gosh, I'm glad that I'm not going through that experience again, but I enjoy telling the stories from the old days. And I think somebody said to me once, this is a Mark Twain quote, so it's not the size of the dog in the fight, it's the size of the fight in the dog. And, besides all the fun that we had with my co-founders, building the business, hiring friends and family, I think that's the one thing which stuck with me, which is to, really go for it, I enjoyed my naivete, I didn't listen to old guys like me saying, don't try this at home. So that's the thought I'd leave you all with. Enjoy your passion, enjoy your obsession, make the most of it. Thank you very much.
Next up, we have a founder and CEO of an accelerator. Not just any, but one of the accelerators which have really left a legacy in Europe. The company is called Seedcamp, and we're gonna welcome on stage Reshma Sohoni, the founder and CEO of Seedcamp.
Hopefully this is kicking off soon. How does this work? Are my slides going up? Okay, I'll try as anyways, thrilled to be here today. If you have any comments on my talk, please feel free to tweet at @Sohoni, or obviously I'll be on the Q&A stage after as well. So I'm here to talk about scaling your business within Europe, and particularly obviously focused on fundraising, because it's a lot of what we do with our companies in supporting them. So if my slides would go on. Okay. All right, I'll just do it like that then. So I mean, I think one of the points I kind of wanted to get across today for companies here is, I think the environment has changed dramatically in the last sort of 7 or 8 years that we've been doing this. About nearly a decade ago when we started Seedcamp, it was very tough to raise capital across stages of starting and scaling your business. And I think where we stand today, I would argue it's actually, especially in the early stages, it's better to raise capital in Europe than it is even in the US. So hopefully, again, my slides will go up. But I think a couple of sort of fundamental things have happened. I used to sort of say, in Europe, at every stage of your business, you generally raise half the capital of your counterparts in the US. And so that's fundamentally changed over the last few years here. Leading that charge has been, I think what you see is a generational effect. So we are kind of in the 3rd generation, as we've been studying it, of entrepreneurs who are starting some pretty cutting-edge businesses, and also entrepreneurs and operators who are starting funds and angel investing to a great degree. So the average deal size for a seed round has changed from roughly about £250,000 to about £500,000 or more. And that shift is dramatic. It doesn't sound necessarily big to you when you think of it in the hundreds of thousands, but if you imagine that, you extrapolate that across every stage, it's been a dramatic change. I don't have a clicker, so hopefully it goes to the next slide. Anyways, I'll keep going. There we go. So a little bit about us. I didn't cover that. We are aiming to be the founders' first round fund of choice all across Europe. We invest pre-seed and seed stages, so anywhere from your first check to your £2 million pound or euro round. And we really focus on 3 things. So thank you. It's all coming together. So we provide a platform for learning. We really believe in providing access to the best sort of mentors and talent around to learn from, access to a very global network, and then capital. So on that note, capital is obviously critical to hire and to market and really scale your business. So our companies have gone on to raise nearly about $500 million in capital across 500 unique investors globally. So we know a lot about what it is to raise money and how to work with and pitch to and deal with investors. And about a third of them are from the US. And here are some of the great names who funded our companies. So we believe a lot in getting some of the best investors around your table. So big picture, as I talked about it, it's, one of the biggest things has been the generational change. And as you can see, I think we're about a decade or so behind. We started off in the 90s with some real enterprising founders as such, with founders of Skype and Trade Doubler, but then you had a lot of kind of corporate operators as well. So Nokia, Google, Yahoo, and then over the last kind of 20 years, you've seen them really go out there and make their mark and start their own companies. So I think that's been fundamental. So I'm going to now talk through the stages of the fundraising. So as we said, there are a lot of angels with real exit experience, and that's been a dramatic change. Below are some of the angels we very actively invest in. Jeremy App yesterday won the Europas for the best angel investor in Europe, so it gives you a little bit of an idea of the kind of people around. So, especially these 5, if you can get some money from them, you're on to something, something exciting in terms of how helpful they are and valuable they are to work with. So, all these folks are now starting their own funds, angel investing, operational as well. The other, one of the dramatic changes also in early stage has been the emergence of seed VCs. So again, a lot of people with operational experience, brilliant funds across Europe, I think, especially in London and Berlin, but in the Nordics and Southern Europe and so forth as well. So crowdfunding, I think compared to the US, Europe has really gotten it right, especially the UK. We believe a lot in crowdfunding, and some of our best companies, certainly look at that as an option. We raised roughly 1x our fund on AngelList already for our companies. So Crowdcube seeders are amazing. You get to really kind of sell to your customers, make them your shareholders, get a lot of product validation, and create real brand advocates. Also, I think, again, what we've needed in Europe, because a lot of kind of typical fund of funds don't exist, we've had incredible London support, so 25 million plus to co-invest with, for example, us and others, to 200 million plus just for UK VCs. So a lot of kind of public money has been supporting private money as well. So also tax benefits. I mean, I would look down to that small square there, the average fundraise. I would say SEIS and EIS has really been the catapult to making that average fundraise size get up to the level I mentioned. So as you can tell, just a phenomenal growth in investing in very, very risky asset class. And I think again thank the government for a lot of the policies that they've enacted on behalf of founders. So, so in a nutshell, the early stage has never been better. It's better to raise here, probably easier to raise here than in the US right now, and than it's ever been. And I think if you have a real choice in your hands as to who to raise from. So the later stage, a little bit of bad news in the sense that the later stage funds have dropped significantly. So it is that funnel gets really narrow when you get to Series A, B, and above. So I think you have to kind of consider that as you're raising your seed rounds and thinking through how do you get to Series A and B. Not to dwell on bad news though, what is happening is a lot of the VCs are providing a lot more support than I think we used to see a decade ago. So folks like Index Ventures, Balderton, Notion, Point9 out of Germany, a lot of help around sourcing of talent, around marketing support, sales, partnerships, ops, obviously networking, and so forth. I mean, when we started, about 7 or 8 years ago, we really kind of innovated on all the right-hand side of things, and it's incredible to see sort of the whole VC structure and space in Europe, raising the bar and really trying to compete for you as businesses and wanting to invest in your businesses. Also, the Americans are solidly here. I mean, I think in the early stage, it's still sort of very nominal, the number of investments they're making, but in the later stage, you can see a lot of great examples across the Nordics, again, Berlin, London, and so forth. And you see, with Uniplaces out of Portugal and Job and Talent, much more recently, a couple of days ago, out of Spain, again, you see a lot of kind of scale-up companies that are starting to get attention and rise above the noise. So I think we'll just continue to see more and more the Americans coming into the later stage. So the other, the few kind of the few kind of groups of people who you don't necessarily talk to, and I would encourage everyone in this room to really kind of push and get to know these kinds of folks, is family offices, corporates, ultra high net worths. The whole kind of game is changing for these groups of people, especially the high net worths and the family offices. They're tired of money managers and middlemen, taking away a cut. So they're trying to really directly access startups. And for them, it's definitely easier to get into the later stage. So they are hungry to get into Series B, C deals, even a little bit into Series A, where there's significant traction. So as you can see, I mean, this is U.S. data, but anecdotally, I mean, we see it in Europe as well. Is the trends really kind of pulling up in these types of investors getting in? They're not as accessible, so I think you have to make an effort to really kind of get to know who these folks are. But again, they're often people who've made money in as operators, and so they're pretty great folks to have around the table. Also, venture debt. There's SVB, which recently entered the market a few years ago, Barclays and so forth. So I think there's been much greater sort of uplift in venture debt provision to startups and later stage startups in particular. Several of our companies have certainly raised both from Barclays and SVB, and there's all types of sort of lending peer-to-peer and institutional as well. So don't forget to look at that. So some of the key takeaways in the last kind of few minutes. I think there's still a myth. Like, I think a lot of VCs get up here and talk about how much capital there is in Europe and that every great company gets funded. And it is very much a myth. I think even now, about a decade later, there is a ton of money in Europe, and particularly in London, as you will see. But not every great company does get funded. So I think we can't be too sort of relaxed and resting on our laurels about fundraising and how we go across the stages. It is still more risk averse, and it takes more time. So understand and kind of know that even if you are great, it's still a tough road to get that capital. The second takeaway is capital is king. I think European startups have generally kind of patted ourselves rightly on the back for being revenue focused and bottom line focused and growing that way. But I mean, I think if I have to look at our most successful businesses in comparison to those who struggle, cash is definitely a differentiator. So I think if you can raise the right kind of capital in a big way, it is a big differentiator against your competition, because again, competition is rising very fast and pretty much at the same time across the globe. So raise as much as you can when you can. Third takeaway is the hubs dominate. So the game very much has become concentrated, especially the later stages, into London and Berlin, a little bit into the Nordics as well. But I think if you want to raise seed, Series A, B, C capital, London is definitely the place to be. A lot of the capital comes through here in one form or another, and again across all the stages. So get yourself to London, obviously, as I would say, in a biased way. Fourth takeaway is get off the conveyor belt. I think as I talked about venture debt, family offices, corporates, and so forth, I think those are real and crowdfunding and all of that. Those are real options. They give you a lot of control, and I think a lot of fundraising is about control across all stages. So I think make your own way. It's not a cookie cutter approach, and so don't put yourself on just kind of one highway without any exits that you can get on or off of. So get off that conveyor belt. Make it your own path towards your destiny. And along those same lines, the last kind of takeaway is your choice matters. So I think from the earliest days to your kind of M&A or IPO or kind of long-term sustainability, every round matters, and who you bring at every round really matters. And I think the one difference probably versus a decade ago is the choice is much more in your hands as entrepreneurs. I think the VCs and folks like us and others are really chasing after you, the best of you. And I think the best of you in the audience today definitely can control your own destiny and choose who you want to have. Across your journey. So I think it's important you pick the best of the investors you can. So those who can really help you on the industry side, those who can help you, across the different stages and to navigate, those who can help you with talent and really kind of some key partnerships and relationships and so forth. So design your own destiny. So that's kind of it, including the first couple of bits there without the slides. So hopefully that wasn't too disruptive. But yeah, I'm around for Q&A after, and thanks so much.
It's a long walk off stage. Yeah, thank you. How's everybody doing? You guys all right? Yeah, all right. He's so obnoxious. He's so obnoxious, that American. He wants us to stand up all the time. This is my friend Demetrius. Hello. He's our chapter director in Athens. I don't know why I'm holding your mic. Nope. Tell everyone just real quickly, what do you do?
Basically, I'm the chapter director in Athens, which means I'm responsible of organizing monthly events, fireside chat with important CEOs and founders within the local ecosystem.
And you've been doing it for how long?
For 2 years now.
Okay. And how many people come to your events in Athens?
Well, it depends on the speaker, but average, I would say, like 80 people. So, yeah.
Okay. And so who do you get to speak? Are there great tech founders in Athens?
They are the best.
Like who? Who is it? What companies are in Athens that you've had speak?
Actually, we have one here with us today. His name is Marco Veremis. He's the CEO and co-founder of Upstream. It's one of the most innovative companies in Greece. It's a great success story. And we have other companies like Viva, who is a payments company. They're doing lots of stuff with digital wallets. We have all kinds of founders like Klaus, who actually happens to be another chapter director. And that was one of my favorite events, because it's not usual when you have another chapter director in front of you and you're interviewing him.
Yeah.
He just raised $11.5 million for his startup, Book and Bloom. And I think you're going to meet him later on, because he's going to introduce one of the speakers later today. But it was an amazing event.
Great. And I think, Demetrius, so we have chapters in 200 cities. Who's been to a local Startup Grind event? Raise your hand. Okay, so maybe about like half the room or so. Demetrius, like, one of the things that I've always found when I go to these other chapters, and part of the reason why I started hosting these events, is that, when one of these people sits up there and they talk, and I get to meet them and say, oh, I know where they're from, or I know someone in their family, or like, I've heard of, friends of friends, I've heard of who they are. And you kind of listen to them and you hear them and you say, well, she's not that smart. If she can do it, I can probably do it, right? Or well, it doesn't sound like, wow, look at all the mistakes that he made, And do you find that when you listen to some of these speakers, you say, can you relate to them? Does it, what does it do to you when you hear
all
the
the
talks?
time? I have the same kind of thoughts when I leave these events, and actually it's one of the greatest learning experience, that you don't have to be super smart and you have the best idea ever. You just have to be consistent. You have to really believe in it, and you have to execute like crazy.
Yeah.
I think that's the key message that comes out of every single founder again and again.
Finn, come up here for a minute. Come here. One of the best things about being in Startup Grind is getting to meet amazing people like Demetrius. And Finn, I was just in Edinburgh. Finn started our chapter in Edinburgh and in Glasgow. Has anybody here been to any of Finn's events? Raise your hand if you. Scottish pride. Okay. Tell us what has made Startup Grind special in Scotland.
Oh, wow. I think there's definitely a lot of things that have made Startup Grind really special. For me, on a personal level, I think it's really just getting immersed in the local entrepreneurial ecosystem and meeting some fantastic founders and really just getting immersed in the entire ecosystem in itself.
Give us one takeaway that you've learned from a speaker over the last couple of years that you've heard. Tell us something that we wouldn't know.
I think the biggest one for me has been perseverance. Like, you literally just have to persevere as much as you possibly can. A lot of the time people give up too early in the journey and ultimately don't become successful, but if you kind of persevere consistently, then you're increasing your chances for success.
You just did Startup Court with Dave McClure. How did that go?
I did. An amazing guy. Really, really funny. Got all regalia on. For the first time I had hair, since I was born, so it was really, really funny.
Were you born without hair? You're one of those guys.
Yeah,
huh?
I was one of those guys, man. I'm a natural baldy. Huge congratulations to WeFarm. I think she was in here around somewhere. They did a fantastic pitch and it was really, really cool.
Costanza, tell us about your chapter, where you're at, and what you guys are doing.
Okay, I'm co-founder, not co-founder.
Yes, co-founder,
I'm
yes.
nominating myself. I'm a co-director in Madrid, and Madrid is being really, really good. You want to know one of the main...
Give us a takeaway. What's something you learned since doing it?
Okay, I think that there is not like a standard path, like everybody's trying to find like the perfect journey to be a successful entrepreneur. For example, we had one founder that said to us that actually he didn't even have an idea when he decided to found his startup, but he just started studying the market with his co-founder, and he found that there was some opportunities, and he started like that. So everything.
What's been the thing that has been the hardest about doing it?
Sorry?
The hardest thing about running the chapter?
Okay, we are running chapter in campus, in Google Campus, so we have a lot of events at the same time. And they are free, and our event is paid because we want to have qualitative public, and so sometimes it's difficult what we are doing it.
Okay, let's just go down here. Let's start with Finn, and just share one insight of why you would recommend or not recommend, if you don't want to recommend it to someone. What? Why you would recommend somebody should start a Startup Grind chapter in their city?
If you are looking to essentially kind of build a personal profile for you, I would usually recommend it. I can't sort of recommend enough the people I have been able to pretty much get connected to as a result of being a Startup Grind chapter director.
I would say the same thing. I mean, the people that you meet and the community that you find yourself into, it's just amazing. Not only locally in your ecosystem within your city, but also in a global scale. I meet all these great people. I get to fly to San Francisco for the global event in February. I get to come here with everyone here in this room in London. And there's another one coming up in California in September. So it's just amazing how many people all around the world that give you ideas and give you food for thought. It's amazing.
I think that, yeah, of course, communities, but also interviewing the speakers, actually, because this is the best way to really know them and get insight, and it's not just listening a fireside chat, but doing it. It's completely another experience.
We tried this morning, but there's only like 2 people in here. I think I've seen a few more. If you're a Startup Grind chapter director, can you just stand up again real quick? Shahar, are you wanting to say something? Why are you raising your hand? You're wanting to talk? Who else do we have? Yep. Alex, yep. So you raised your hand, but you didn't stand. I can't see that as. I sort of am, but I'm like thinking about leaving. Is that what that is? No? Okay. Can we just give a round of applause to these people? Without our community, without these people, our community doesn't exist. They do all the hard work. Thank you. Thank you, Finn. Okay. Okay. I'm going to turn the time over to Demetrius, and you're going to introduce our next speakers. Just to finish off on that, if you think Startup Grind is needed in your city, we want to talk to you. Just go to startupgrind.com/start. I would recommend you find a chapter director like Demetrius at the event and talk to them about it. Ask them what it's really like. Ask them how much time it takes, what it's required, and what they, how they benefit from it. And we'd love to talk to you. So startupgrind.com/start. And Demetrius, let you take it away. Thank you. What? Okay, I'm not leaving. Come on up here, Shahar. Come here. Well, you just got your chance. Hustle, run. Give it up for Shahar. We're going. Just take your sweet time. Your sweet, sweet time walking up here. Whoa, easy there, buddy. Okay, tell us what you're doing in Tel Aviv with Startup Grind, please. Or just what's happening in Tel Aviv with entrepreneurial community. Tell us about that.
I feel like the luckiest co-director or director for Tel Aviv chapter, and now the country manager. I changed it a little bit. I represent Israel in Startup Grind because we are now in 200 cities, so Israel is just a small country. But I'm also lucky because in Israel we have lots of technology and not the market, so global community and global networking for entrepreneurs in Tel Aviv is very important. So we are now helping them to go out and to show their product. So we are working very, very close with the family, the directors, and we introduce lots of startups from Tel Aviv to other countries like Africa and India and China and help them to solve some problems because sometimes we have solutions. And with the power of Startup Grind Network and the best networking and the best team that we are working together, we're helping them to penetrate other markets. And I'm so happy to be part of this family.
What can the people in this room do to help startups in Israel? How can we be helpful?
I think if you can bring the problems, and we will know better, corporate problems, country problems, in government level, healthcare, agriculture, any kinds of technology. In Israel, we want to solve the problems and we want to learn more, but we don't have the market, so we just have the solution. We need some foreigners, friends, that will share with us the problems. So we definitely can help them.
Okay. And if I'm coming to Israel and I can't be bothered to get an Airbnb or hotel, or I'm pretty cheap, I know you said this earlier, but to one or two of us that were standing there, but I wonder if you could just reiterate that anyone here can stay at your house. Is that right when we come through to Israel?
Yes.
And I'd like you to just, before you think about answering this, I want you to think of the spirit of Israel and how you represent the country on behalf of everyone else. So just be careful how you say this.
I need to ask my wife, but I think we have 2 or 3 hours a day that we can host just one person.
Okay, so they could take shifts.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll come 9 to midnight, and then another person comes in midnight to 3, and then so on and so on.
Airbnb, but local and just
micro transaction Airbnb.
No, but Tel Aviv can host all of them.
Can host everyone, yeah.
Everyone
okay.
here.
Okay, all right. Shahar, everyone.
Thank you
Shahar, thank you very much.
I think WeLive is going to be, finding a new competitor in Tel Aviv.
Yeah, yeah. If you're in one of these cities, we're already doing it, and with one of these people, and you think you can be part of that, then please join the team and get to know them. Okay, I think we're going to start. So, Demetrius, take it away. Thank you all very much.
Okay, so I'm here to present you Frederic Mazella. He's the founder and CEO of BlaBlaCar. He pioneered the idea of ride-sharing in 2004, and since then, he's leading his company's vision in building a trusted community of passengers and drivers. Frederic is a strong advocate of sustainable development, entrepreneurship, and building trust within online communities. He holds an MBA from INSEAD, a master's in computer science from Stanford University, and a master's in physics from Accel University. What you probably don't know about Frederic is that he is an accomplished classical piano player who can also play the violin and the drums. So please give it up for a true rock star entrepreneur, Frederic Mazella.
Thank you, everybody. That's really very kind. And thank you, Frederic, for being here. You just came into town last night, right? So you could be
Yes, I did.
Fantastic. Did you drive, take a BlaBlaCar, or take
No,
a
actually,
train?
I came this morning, actually.
Oh, you took it this morning, and using your own service, or no?
No, I did not. You know, the London to Paris link is not the best one for ride sharing because there's some water in it for some reason. And so it takes longer.
Right. Okay. So I tend to ask questions that I think, or I'd like to think, are sort of off the beaten path, in that I recall sitting in lots of audiences and thinking, you know, it's interesting to hear about people's journeys, you know, what they found, you know, useful or lessons learned and all of that, but you can also get a lot of that from blog posts, great communications from the company and from other talks that, you know, great people like Frederic have given before. So I kind of like to, probably a little annoyingly, tease out different things and different sort of stories. So with Frederic's permission, I'll go into some of these, but I also then haven't briefed Frederic. So if he starts to blush or get red and I sort of change tack, you'll know why. But the first question I want to ask is, you know, you started the company quite some time ago, and it's one of these, you know, everyone talks about how an overnight success takes so many years to do. I'm curious to know what your reaction was when Uber launched.
Well, so the models are very different. We are a community of people sharing the cost together. So it's long-distance ride sharing. It's people like you and me who have available seats in their cars. They're driving, let's say you're driving from London to Manchester, you have 3 seats available, you offer them and you share the cost. So the model is different because it's a community. We don't have professionals, nobody makes a profit. It's just about cost sharing. And well, if you stop, the best way to see it is that if you stop a car, an Uber car, and you ask where people are going and why they're going there, you'll see that for one of the person in the Uber is actually driving the other to some place. For if you stop a BlaBlaCar, you'll see that everybody has something to do at destination. They're visiting their families, they're going on a weekend, they're going for anything that is personal, and they have a real reason to go there. So the models are different. We are a community. Today it's 30 million people in 22 countries, and it's people sharing their travel together.
I appreciate that, and I think that's phenomenal. You've got a much stronger, I think, like you say, community and network that you're using, and it's not simply just a marketplace of sort of professionals and riders, but in terms of the investor community, when you're launching in new markets, wasn't there sort of a reaction that people had which might have been dismissive to what you've been doing when a big behemoth comes into the market?
Well, actually, it's always positive, you know, when in somehow your space or close to your space, there is some action and there is some new investments, because it brings credibility to your own activity as well. So it allows you to also raise money, because then the investor community realizes that there is a lot of potential in this kind of new service. Because, you know, when I started, like, nobody thought it would work, it would ever work. And so it's hard to imagine today, because there's been like all those the sharing economy movement, and now it's so obvious that we have so many assets which are unused and that we can make a better usage of. But at the beginning it was not. And so when you have massive investments in the space, whether it's Airbnb, whether it's Uber, even if Uber is more on demand than I would say sharing economy, but it's a bit in the space, it helps the entire ecosystem.
Okay. So did you ever have an oh shit moment? Okay, that's my signal to change tack. Okay, how about this, put this way? What, if you could go back, what's one thing you could change or do differently?
I would start directly with the brand BlaBlaCar, and because we started with like testing the concept with a name which is a bit French. It's Co-foudner. I'm not even sure you can pronounce it. Co-foudner.
Co-foudner.
Almost, yeah.
Say it fast.
Fast. Co-foudner. And so then we had to change the name along the way, and it's a pain because you have to rebrand everything, and then when you're expanding, you have to find a word that kind of work everywhere. And so, yeah, it's been painful. And the other thing I would do differently, though, is we started with a B2B model because we thought that the companies could help us really scale the model, and actually it did not because we developed more than 200 platforms for companies, more for home-to-work ride-sharing, which is more like commuting. But those platforms didn't bring a lot of traffic. We thought we could build the marketplace that way, but it did not really happen that way. Because when you create a marketplace, even like a community like ours, you still have drivers and passengers, so they have different behaviors on the service. And it's like building two companies at the same time, actually. Okay. You have to build a company for the buyers, a company for the sellers, and that's why it makes it so difficult, because you need liquidity, and you're building the two sides of the marketplace at the same time.
And you said when you started, so many people told you they didn't think it would work.
Yeah.
So I assume, I'm now guessing, for the first few years, you're wanting to prove them wrong. What do you want to prove in the next 2 years?
That it can work everywhere. So we're still expanding the service. Well, everywhere where it makes sense, because there's a lot of cars which are empty everywhere. The ratio on how much we use the cars and how much it costs us is incredible. So it costs in between 7 and 10% of the GDP to actually run the entire fleet of cars everywhere. And we use them really to go from point A to point B in between 2.5 and 3.5% only. And when we drive them, because all the rest of the time they are parked, or they're in traffic jams, or they're looking for a place to park. But, so we only use them like roughly 3% of the time, and when we use them, they're all empty. Like they're 3/4 empty. So like the way we use the fleet of cars is really unbelievably not optimized at all. So I want to make sure we continue to optimize that.
But as you say, it doesn't apply to all geographies or all regions, right? When you started it, even though you obviously had this sense and you were willing to defy people who didn't believe you that this was going to work in France, where you started, did you imagine that you would be as successful as you are today with 30 million users, for example, in all the different countries that you operate now?
Well, the way I thought about it was, it does not exist because if it existed, I would know about it. I'm traveling so much that if there was a way to travel, which is like BlaBlaCar today, if it had existed at that time, I would have known about it because I would have used it. And so the simple fact that I thought I would have used it, and I'm a normal guy, made me think that this is simply massive. If you look at France today, we have more than 40% of the people in the age range 18 to 35 who are using BlaBlaCar. More than 40%. And it's still growing, so I like to count that way. It's still growing 4 times faster than the birth rate in France. I'm just talking about France, which is our oldest market. So we're still growing a lot with a high penetration rate, and I think we can maybe go to 60, 70% penetration rate. I mean, it's all the people who are traveling on distances.
So you want to completely monopolize your main market and also increase penetration in existing markets and expand into new markets, yeah?
Well, it's, a marketplace. In a village, you have only one marketplace, and there's a reason for that, because if you put 2, then you don't have liquidity. So the fact that we're a marketplace where everybody meets is because it's for convenience. If you publish a ride on a platform that nobody's looking at, then you'll get no match. And if you look for rides on a platform where nobody is publishing, then you get no match either. So that's why everybody gathers to the same platform.
And so when you're doing this two-sided marketplace, where do you focus most of your marketing then, or your customer acquisition? Which side, on the supply or the demand?
The startup life before you raise funds is that you don't have any marketing to spend. So the good thing is that you can use PR, you can communicate, so you discuss a lot with journalists and you make sure they're right about your activity. And there are some magical events sometimes. For us, it's when, and it happens a lot in France, when you have train strikes. When you have train strikes, then you just say that your service is available, you're not on strike, and then you get everywhere in the news, on TV and everywhere, and then people know about your service because they realize it's very useful.
So every cloud, silver lining. Okay. So we didn't want to talk about your oh shit moment. What is your most celebratory moment? It might be something really small that you just knew was something you were proud of achieving, or it's something that other people in the whole company celebrated with you. What is the one moment you remember as part of this journey that, you know, when you're kind of writing your book, this is the one that you're going to put on the back cover?
Well, of course, there's the founding moment, I would say, where I realized, you know, I needed to go back to my home place in Vendée, which is about 300 miles from Paris. And I was, finally, I was looking for a train ticket, and then everything was sold out. So finally, my little sister picked me up, and then she brought me back to Vendée with her car. And then on the road, I could see the trains which were full and the cars which were empty. And then at that moment, I was like, oh my God. Like all the trains are full. I couldn't get a train ticket because from the highway, you see the trains. And all the cars are empty, and the cars, it's a continuous flow. And the trains, it's only one every hour. And so I was like, we need to index all those available seats and make sure we can look for them. So that's certainly a super good moment, which has then helped me going through all this the early years, which were super hard to prove that it would work because it was a lot of belief and lots of people didn't believe it would work. And also I was using it. You know, at some point, I remember even my mother telling me, well, I don't know if it will work, but at least I see you more often. So I see you're coming and visit me more often, so somehow it's useful. But so, and then the other moment would be, I don't know, when we reached 1 million members, because there was already some kind of proof point that we were able to reach millions of people.
How long did it take you to get the first million, and then?
7 years.
And then the second million?
1 year and a half.
Very nice.
And then the third million, 6 months, and then now it's like
exponential.
It's more than 30 million. Yeah.
And do you worry about, you know, everyone talks about autonomous vehicles, self-driving cars, and the whole like, or do you just think that's so far out that you still have this opportunity to get to, you know, 60, 80% penetration in markets?
Well, if we look at the way we structure the service, we're matching people who are going doing the same travels at the same time. So today we are matching drivers who have empty seats with passengers going the same way. Tomorrow, if we have to make passengers match and there is no driver, it would still work actually. That's the magical point about it, because we could place like driverless cars in the system and still have 3-4 people going the same way in the car.
So it's future-proof. So then what is the one thing you're most worried about for the next 2 years?
The things I don't know about.
And then how do you prepare as an entrepreneur for trying to find out early about what you don't know?
I go to conferences. No, I talk to a lot of people. I talk to investors. I travel a lot. I try to keep my eyes open. I always look at the new things because I know that anything which is new is an opportunity, and it's also a risk for any existing actor. So like I keep my eyes open all the time.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. Please join me in welcoming and thanking Frederic.
Hello, London, how is it? It's a great event. My name is Klaus Rosenberg. I am a Danish serial entrepreneur, but I find time to run Startup Grind in Madrid as well. Been in Madrid doing this for 2 years. We have a great startup community in Madrid as well. The next speaker is a awesome, true entrepreneur. It's also a real London story. Will was stationed here as an investment banker and worked for Morgan Stanley for 6 years. And when you're an investment banker, you don't get to eat so well. So Will's diet was Burger Kings and cheap takeaway. So he saw an opportunity of delivering quality meals from any restaurant. So let's give a warm hand for Will Xu, who's going to be interviewed by Luciana from Accel Partners.
Thank you so much for having us. So just to set the stage, I'm with Accel, we're a venture capital fund. We're very happy investors in Deliveroo. I've known Will for a few years now, actually. And I wanted to take a little bit of time to talk about the early days at Deliveroo and his evolution as a CEO and how he came up with the idea and how he got to where the business is today. So, Will, I don't think that you spoke publicly a lot about the initial idea of Deliveroo and how it's evolved into what it is today. Would you like to tell the audience about that?
Sure. You know, I came to London, so just long story short, you know, my first job out of college, I worked in New York, investment banking, and that's when I discovered food delivery really out of necessity, because I had to work very late every night. And this is 2001, this is before there was internet ordering, and you know, despite that, you know, we would take physical menus, call up restaurants, but despite that, the experience was very good in New York. High quality restaurants, you got your food quickly. Then I was transferred out here, and in Canary Wharf in 04, there were very few restaurants, and as Klaus said, I ended up going to Burger King all the time. But you know, there was just no delivery at all. And then, you know, a few years later, the likes of Just Eat and Hungry House really took off, and they've become very big companies. For me, the issue with those two services, or the online marketplace model, was that, you know, I didn't really recognize the restaurants on the platform, and that I didn't really know when my food was going to get here. And to me, those were two things that we wanted to work with. I think Deliveroo, the initial thought, though, behind it wasn't necessarily all that I said. Basically, we wanted to actually start a food delivery service to get food after hours when we were drunk. Right. So we actually called that booze food, and that was, you know, it was actually a serious idea, but it, you know, we then realized no restaurants were open late and probably wouldn't work. Yeah, that was kind of the initial permutation.
And how long did it take you from coming up with the idea and thinking, okay, this is something I might want to do at some point, to actually, you know, quitting your job and doing this full time?
Very long time. I mean, I thought of the idea literally 2 weeks after I landed in London.
Right.
Because there was no food delivery. And when you're used to something like that in New York, you know, it's just a habit, and you can't figure out why it doesn't exist in, you know, the most cosmopolitan city in the world, right? But obviously, I had a job, and you know, I worked in banking and in finance, and every year you make more and more money, and then, you know, it's just very hard to leave. I left to actually go to business school.
Right.
So for me, I didn't start Deliveroo right after you know, quitting my job. I actually had 2 years in business school to really, you know, think about what I wanted to do. But this idea was always, you know, paramount in my mind.
And is this something that you recommend? We have a lot of early entrepreneurs here, or people that have ideas and might want to start something. Do you feel that you developed skills that otherwise maybe you wouldn't have had? Do you feel that business school was actually helpful in becoming a good founder as CEO?
It was very helpful in the sense that I'm not sure I would have actually, I think I was too risk adverse to just quit my job and start, whereas, you know, going to business school was, you know, in many ways, a way where I can explain why I didn't do anything except, you know, have fun for 2 years, right? But I think for me, I loved business school. I loved every moment of it. You know, very proud to have gone to Wharton. You know, I met great people. Ultimately, what they teach you in classes is interesting, and you meet great professors and all of that. But you know, you're not going to learn how to start a company from doing that. You just have to do it. But I mean, it's an amazing experience.
So fast forward, I guess, a few years, you launched the company. The first couple of neighborhoods were actually near where I live, South Kensington. And I remember that within a few months, a lot of my friends started talking about the service, Deliveroo. I thought the name was funny initially. A lot of people started using it. There was a lot of buzz, a lot of word of mouth. Was there a point where you thought, oh wow, this could be bigger than I initially thought? The demand for this could be massive, actually.
Yeah, it's a really, really good question. You know, when we started Deliveroo, the idea wasn't, okay, let's look at the TAM, let's look at all the stuff you guys do. That's not what I did.
The boring stuff, yeah.
Well, it's just that, there was a consumer, I felt as a consumer, this is what I wanted, and my friends wanted it, and looked into economically if it would work. It seemed like it would. And the thought process was literally that. It wasn't, much more sophisticated than that. And so I knew that people in Chelsea would like it, because my friends lived there, et cetera, and those types of neighborhoods would like it. I think it was when we started going to neighborhoods that were a little bit further out of central London, and the retention and the frequency was the same, and that's when we realized, wow, this could be a lot bigger. And then when we go into cities, like as small as Guildford or Leamington Spa, places that frankly I haven't been before, you're like, wow, so this is a very mainstream product.
Okay, very cool, and to be honest, very, very much in line with my thinking. And in those first, let's say, 12 months, year and a half, are there particular challenges that you'd like to share and that you think that early entrepreneurs could relate to and maybe learn from? So many, right?
But yeah, every day is a challenge. For me, I think specifically, I talk about this sometimes, but I was a delivery driver every single day for 8 months, 7 days a week, 6, 7, 8 hours a day, and not because I had to do it. Well, I was pretty cheap, I guess. I financed it, the business myself in the beginning. But I think really just to understand what exactly drivers go through, what is the experience, what is the customer interaction like, what's the restaurant interaction like, and so during the day I would actually try to pitch restaurants and come up with product ideas and things like that. And then at night I would actually deliver food. So I think it was super challenging from a, almost like fatigue standpoint, right? Because, you're just doing all this stuff all the time and you don't always see the light at the end of the tunnel. And so it's, it gets pretty exhausting. And also, some of your friends just think, you've gone completely insane because you're just going around delivering food all day. But, you look back upon those days, and actually it's like that was a lot of fun too, right?
Yeah.
It was, anything, seemed possible, right? So it's very cool, but yeah, definitely challenging.
I'm really glad you bring this up because I remember when we were looking at a potential investment in the early days, one of the things that my partners and myself really admired about you was that you did probably, if not all the jobs within the company, definitely many of them, from, as you said, food delivery to handing out flyers in tube stations on weekends. I remember you were trying to convince your friends to join you and hand out Deliveroo flyers, to customer service. Do you think that was helpful, or do you think, if CEOs can just focus on the strategic part of the business and on the core part of being a CEO, that's what they should do if they have the luxury?
When you have 3 people at the company, it's not like,
right,
I don't know what strategy means, you just you have to get shit done, so, yeah, I think that, doing every job in the company is helpful. Obviously, that's not helpful anymore.
No.
At all. But I think in the beginning, yeah, because you've been through it, you can educate people about, hey, these are my thoughts. What do you think we can do better? Et cetera, et cetera. But it's usually out of necessity, not by design.
Okay,
right?
Got it. So you don't deliver food any longer?
No, I do, but just more for exercise.
Right.
Because you do it on a bicycle, and it's actually a great workout. And if you guys are looking for a job or anything like that, we can chat about that because you can get paid and it's a great workout.
Do you have any funny stories from those early days delivering food and handing out flyers?
Yeah, I have one.
That you're comfortable to share?
I have 2 funny stories. I remember one of the restaurants I worked with, The Real Greek, which is a really great restaurant. They had this Marylebone neighborhood fair, I remember in like May or June, and they asked me, because they thought it was funny, I'm pretty sure this is the only reason they asked me to do this, to wear a kangaroo costume and hand out like flyers. And I kind of didn't want to do it, I was like, because I used to wear it all the time, so they thought it was super funny, but I personally didn't like doing it, so I wore it, and I'm walking around, and these 2 women, that they must be like, mid-20s, not like little girls, just pulling my tail, right? And I was like, can you guys stop? Because, it's like you guys are, and then more people started pulling my tail, and then I was just like, I was pretty annoyed. So that's one funny story.
Funny, yeah.
Second funny story is actually I ended up delivering food to a former colleague of mine I worked at a hedge fund, and I hadn't caught up with him. And he opened the door, and he was like, you know, he has this really thick Italian accent. He was like, Will, are you okay? And I'm like, yeah, I'm like, I was kind of shocked, you know, I didn't know what to say. And he's like, well, you know, if you need anything, let me know. So he just thought I'd be, you know, just went nuts. So that was pretty funny.
That is pretty funny. So fast forward a few years now, I guess 3.5. You know, you've done a lot. You're in what, 90 cities now, you say? Has your vision for Deliveroo changed significantly? And in line with this, do you think of it as a food business, or do you think of it as a logistics business where at some point you can leverage this wonderful fleet for many other verticals?
You know, the vertical of food is one of the biggest in the world.
Right.
It's the one that we want to focus on. I think where my vision has shifted somewhat, though, is for the first 3.5 years, we've been laser focused on really two fundamental areas. One is working with the best restaurants in your local neighborhood, and the second thing is getting that food to you in about half an hour. Those are just two things we're obsessed with, and you know, the metrics are the same across the 90 cities and 12 countries, right? And that's proven to be very important for customers, but there's a, you know, third element that's becoming increasingly important as well, which is price, right? And price is defined as two things. It's really the delivery fee side, which in the UK we charge $2.50, and then the price of food.
Right.
I want a lower price over time. And to do that on the delivery fee side is pretty straightforward. Once you increase your driver productivity to a certain point, you can elect to lower that fee, you know, and take a lower margin, but, you know, reach more people perhaps, right? The cost of food side is actually a bit different, right? There, we don't control that, right? The restaurants dictate what the prices are. And so one interesting point for us is actually we've been investing in a series of mobile kitchens in London, and maybe some of you guys have read about this. And the ideas really stem from the fact that for some of our restaurant partners, we represent 10 to 30% incremental revenue.
Right.
Which sounds great, and it is great, but on the other hand, it can cause significant disruptions in their in-house business, right? And restaurants build their brand on an in-house experience, and if we compromise that in any way, that's a real issue. That being said, it's a good issue to try to work on, right? So number one, we built, you know, these little kitchens in really low-value real estate areas that are adjacent to high-value real estate areas. The restaurants operate these kitchens, right? And it allows them to reduce capacity in the restaurant. The second reason we do it is we can bring supply to areas that lack it, right? So that becomes very interesting. So an area like Barnes that doesn't have a lot of restaurants, we can put a few of these roux boxes, as we call them, there, and our restaurants can operate them. But thirdly, what's really exciting to me is, you know, thinking about a restaurant's economics, right? You know, restaurants are 75% gross margin businesses, so the cost of food's like 25%. Property costs are about 15% of revenue in London. Front of house labor is 25% of revenue. So if you effectively tell a restaurant, I'm going to remove 40% of your P&L just out, right? You know, you'll have much higher margins if you sell through us, but maybe actually I want you to work with me to lower the price of food so we can reach, you know, more customers together, build a much bigger business, increase frequency tremendously, and that becomes super exciting for me. So that's something that, you know, we're really focused on, and at the same time, we're also creating exclusive content on Deliveroo, which you know, I know people don't think of us as, you know, as a media company or anything like that, but when you see what Netflix did when distribution costs got competed away and other people were able to bid more, well, because they had that captive audience base and they knew what people wanted to watch, they were able to, you know, produce their own content. Now, obviously, food and House of Cards is very different. I accept that, but it's similar thinking, I think.
So what I'm hearing is that wherever there is demand, there should be Deliveroo supply, and if you have to help create some of that supply, that's great.
We want to own, you know, and help solve the really hard problems, right? And another example that you and I have talked about is Amazon. How with, you know, FBA, the warehouses are not just there for their retail business, but actually for their marketplace clients. And so, you know, really thinking about how do we help restaurants expand? How do we, just have people substitute away from cooking at home and eating microwave meals and bringing much better food to people at lower prices? That's the mission.
I think that's a very exciting mission. I am biased, needless
You
to
are
say.
a bit biased, yes.
And I'm a big consumer as well. So there are a lot of questions that I'd love to ask you, and I'm sure the audience would love to hear the answers. But I'll, as my last question, because we have a lot of early entrepreneurs here, no story is perfect, and I'm not going to ask what mistakes have you made, but I would love to ask you, what would you do differently if you look back at the last 3.5 years?
A number of things for sure, but I think one big challenge that we had specifically was that my co-founder and I were, not in the same place.
Right.
Right. And I think that and Greg did an amazing job, obviously, building all the initial technology, but having kind of a co-located co-founder is pretty challenging, and so I probably wouldn't recommend that to anyone. But I don't even think that happens that often.
Right,
so
this was a special setup.
Pretty special setup, yeah.
Okay, wonderful. Well, thank you so much for taking the time and for answering all my questions.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate being here.
Okay, so Will's actually headed down to do a Q&A downstairs. We got one more thing, and then you can leave. 3 minutes. Okay, these are 3 more of our great startups that are here in our startup program. We're going to tell you a little bit about them very quickly. You're not listening to me. You're still going. That's okay. Just don't make eye contact with me. Okay, Rebrandly, here we go. Tell us, who are you, what are you doing, and what problem are you solving? Here we go.
Hi, I'm Davide, founder of Rebrandly. We run a very profitable business with thousands of customers like PayPal, HP, Amazon, and many more. Over 3 billion people around the world share contents using links, but these links are too long, anonymous, ugly, and we created Rebrandly because you can go on our website, register a new domain name, and have branded short links in seconds. A branded link is trusted, promotes your brand, it's cool, it's pronounceable, and it's memorable. We give the branded link for free, and you just have to pay for analytics. We currently are tracking more than 1 billion clicks per month, and we are really changing the way people share their links online. So help us spread the voice. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. That was a great pitch. And if you've ever tried to sign up for Bitly, you know it's about, I think it's like 10 grand or something of your company. So to be able to use your product and probably get a lot more than that for free is incredible. How can this room help you? Real quick, how can we help you?
So if everyone is a blogger, a journalist, or know a blogger or journalist, we just want to spread the voice about this incredible way to share links.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Okay. Kalabi, tell us what problem are you solving, and what is your product?
Hello, everybody. My name is Eoghan with Colabi, and we're a workplace collaboration tool. So there's been a shift recently. More and more teams are migrating from email to messaging tools as their main communication channel. But this shift has introduced this culture where we're spending most of our workday shrouding over these tools because we're afraid to miss important updates. And if we don't keep checking, we get buried in a trail of messages discussing multiple issues at the same time that just become impossible to keep track of. This is the reason why we created Colabi. Now, what Colabi does is it helps you get rid of the chatter by organizing your team's collaboration efforts by each of the issues that you're actually addressing. So you could focus on getting things done and not have to worry about missing anything important because everything is organized for you from start to finish in one simple and easy to manage screen. Now, we're currently undergoing beta testing right now, and we've helped all of our clients reduce their internal email volumes to 0. And we'd like to help everybody else do the same too. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you very much. Yes. And how can this room help you? How can we be useful?
So we're looking for more beta users. So we would like to be introduced to any incubators or accelerators that have a batch of startups that we can approach and kind of introduce Colabi to.
Wonderful. Okay, great. Okay, WeFarm. Tell us about WeFarm. What problem are you solving?
Awesome. So there are 500 million small-scale farmers around the world, and they produce 70% of the world's food. But these farmers, by their very nature, live in remote and isolated communities. Some of them are over 5 hours walk from the nearest town or village, and none of them have access to the internet. So what we're doing at WeFarm is we're providing a service for them to be able to access the information they need when they need it, all using technology that they already have. We're using SMS to let farmers ask questions and share information that they've learned from their own experience, not only with their peers in their own community, but with peers and farmers all across the world.
Yeah, 30 seconds. Let's get loud for that. Yes. Oh, that was quick. It's good. Okay, you just won the startup competition downstairs, so congratulations to that. Did anybody see Dave McClure? He was in the full. I'm gonna like offend people when I start talking about British culture, so I'm just gonna shut up. But how can we help you? How can we be useful?
Well, we're looking to build a massive network of 500 million small-scale farmers, and it's going to take a bit of work to get to all those 500 million small-scale farmers. So what we're looking for is anyone in the room who has connections to anyone who works with small-scale farmers or knows people who works with small-scale farmers. We're looking to connect to anyone, whether it's business, NGO, government. We'd love to speak to you. We've got a desk outside, so please come and find us.
We brought a bus in from northern Scotland, a lot of farmers up there, so we got a whole, find them, they're here, we got a lot. Okay, thank you all very much. Let's give it up for these ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, go ahead. Over lunch, we got lunch now, so go eat. If you don't want to talk to anybody, which would be a bad idea, then get your lunch and go downstairs. There are sessions going all through lunch. Go out here, meet the startups, meet some of the partners, get your phone charged across the way over at Marriott, and we will be back here this afternoon. So we'll see you in a little bit.
Good afternoon. My name is David, and I'm the chapter director from Zurich, Switzerland, where I've been running Startup Grind for the last 3 years. 90% of what your brain feels comes through your eyes. And this is why our next guest is so focused on helping you to create impactful and beautiful presentations. Peter is constantly innovating at Prezi, and from what I've heard, he still kicks it up on the dance floor, impressing everyone with his swing skills. He basically masters technology and high-fives Chuck Norris every day, so I've been told. Please give it up for Peter Halacsy.
I love to be on startup conferences because we always talk about product fit, lean startup, and things like that. And I believe startups should talk first about people, or maybe after getting the first money. So let me talk about people, and let me talk about the person I really know, I hope, about myself. When I was 24, I used to be a talented young person. I was really talented. What does it mean? It means that I organized school camps. I was the hub, of always the community. I was a leader, a natural leader of the school. I was smart, sharp, or at least this is what I felt. I had good grades. I really had good grades at the university, but without having any big effort. I felt I was so talented that I have good grades because it just worked. I never had any big decision in my life, and I never had more than one direction. I married at 24, as I said. I was a successful, young, talented, sharp leader. There is a problem with the talented people, and this is what I call the tragedy of talented people. The tragedy of talented people is that their performance is dropping by time. At the beginning, it's easy. It's really easy. You just do. You don't think. Everything just works smoothly, and then something happens. At 25, somebody asked me, Peter, what are you really good at it? That was the beginning of my long life crisis, because I didn't know, because everything worked just so smoothly. So at this point, you have two options. When the first struggle hits, when the first crisis comes, either your performance, your company is declining, or you accept that you are just not talented at all, and you are like other people in the room. And you start stretching. You step out of your comfort zone. So I had a slightly crazy idea. I divorced at 25. I think that was my first decision I made in my life, or maybe it was not me who made the decision. I left a cool job, but basically I was lost. I didn't know what happened with me. To practice growth, you need slightly crazy idea, and slightly is important. If you are really crazy, nobody will get it. If you have a slightly crazy idea, just like Prezi was in 2007 or 2008, then you might achieve something. So I used to be a university teacher that time. That was my website, a real hardcore scientist. I met a guy, Adam, who is a designer, an architect who never built any useful buildings, but art like this. And then we met Peter Arvay, our CEO and third co-founder, who didn't know too much about presentations. So we three decided to go after Microsoft, Google, Apple, from Hungary with this accent, from Budapest, and we say we change how people share ideas and how people present. We change 20 years of habit. It's a slightly crazy idea, or at least this is what my mom said. So this is from 2009. We organized this party, and my colleagues thought it's a good idea that they surprise me with this skydiving. What is my point? Stretching out of your comfort zone is like being on the plane. There's 2 miles, 3 miles. You don't think it's a good idea. You are really, and this guy is enjoying. He's saying, oh, just do it, take risk, and things like that, what people on startup conferences are saying. But it's really, what? No, I won't do it. And then you do it, and then maybe you enjoy, but maybe. So, here is the science behind what I'm talking about. The science is, which is called mindset, and it's coming from Carol Dweck, university professor at Stanford, so it might be right. This is the book you all know, I hope. And it's based on a social psychology experience. We have 2 groups of kids, and we ask them to solve a puzzle. A puzzle. Just like starting a startup. It's a puzzle. We solve it. And when they solve it, we said, oh, you are smart. You must be smart. And here we said, you tried really hard. We appreciate who you are. We appreciate what you did. We developed the so-called fixed mindset here, and we developed the so-called growth mindset here. And what happens, this is just one sentence. And then when we ask them, do you want the next challenge to be easier or harder? They take the easier, they take the harder one, because they know how to struggle and they enjoy it. They don't want to fail. When you get a harder challenge, poor performance, high performance. When we go back to the original problem, this group, they can solve it. Do you remember my chart, my life? It's a lower performance by time, just because we said you are smart and you are good. And you are higher performance just because we said that you are good in struggling and making effort and trying hard. Parents in the room? Now you know how to change your language. And this is my favorite one, accepting the situation. We asked the kids, how was their performance? And 40% of fixed mindset people lie. Because if you accept that you failed, you must accept that your personality failed. As I was at 25, I didn't say that my marriage failed. I said I failed. Marriage, something you can do it 2 times, 3 times, 4 times. I'm only one. That's why it's so hard to accept that. So what's my point? What do you really need to have a successful startup, especially from Europe, especially from Budapest? Do you need a market product fit? You need a good pitch? You need raising the money, whatever? My point is maybe mindset is first. If you accept that you don't know anything, and you must just struggle. So what's the story of Prezi? The story is Prezi is kind of known in this room, right? We started in 2008, And because we are on a startup conference, we talk about money. We raised some money first. We raised 1.5 million, and then we raised 57 million 2 years ago. It's kind of a big number in Europe, especially in Eastern Europe, in Central Europe. Maybe it's the biggest, but who cares? We had 100,000 users, and then we had 7 million users, and then we had 20 million users, and then we have 75 million users. And we have the largest database on the earth, or on the globe, or in the universe, we don't know, of presentations. A company from Budapest with this accent, with a scientist, with an artist, and with a guy who doesn't know about presentations. Yes, this is what I felt in 2009, and this is what I'm feeling every year. What the heck are we doing here? And how? And then we are reading the books. Of course, we have an office in San Francisco, majority is in Budapest. This is the standard European-American Skype company. But there is a question, why? Why do we have office at all in Budapest? Why didn't we move to San Francisco? And here's my answer, and this is unfortunately a too relevant thing in this country today. So, one is that US is a big homogeneous market. Here is a story. We started to sell the product and we used the euro sign because we were proud Europeans and nobody really bought it. And then when we changed the euro sign to dollars, everybody bought it. Why? Because Europeans never buy anything which is not coming from the US if it's communication. Americans don't buy anything which is coming from the euro. And what is this euro sign? So the business just started going better. Silicon Valley is a good school. I used to live there. I always suggest to go there and come back. You can learn the mindset there, you can learn the trick, and there are amazing conferences like this. They are coming here and we can learn. What is more important about Budapest, I have what I call the extra sense of purpose, because we as Prezi, I'm from Hungary, I'm from Budapest, I care about that country, maybe too much sometimes if I have this government, I feel, or when. But people there, I feel they have an extra sense of purpose because in a country like Budapest or Hungary, you can have a big impact on a country by having a successful global company. This was, for example, the first Pride event, gay Pride event in Budapest, when Prezi was the first company who joined the gay Pride in Budapest. And in Budapest and that part of Europe, the gay Pride is not a festival, it's more a social activism. And since then, in the last 3 years, more than 800 companies joined Prezi, and we celebrate the gay Pride together. This is something we can have if we have a successful global business and we act locally. And of course, it's easier to hire in Europe, especially in Budapest. There is no visa problem. You don't have the visa problem yet, but it depends. It's good for me if you have more visa problem. And Budapest is cool. I always show this is the coolest bar in San Francisco, and this is a bar in Budapest, and this is other bar in Budapest, and this is other bar in Budapest, and this is other bar in Budapest. And you know, because everybody in this country goes to Budapest to get drunk, especially on bachelor parties. Thank you. So what's my point? Here is my point. My point is simple. What we are saying in Prezi is, do everything better, never the best. Because if you want to be the best, you compare yourself to others. But nothing really matters what you did, what others do. The only thing what matters, if you can do it better, 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 and better. If you have the growth mindset, if you really accept that your brain is just like a muscle, and it can be changed. You can exercise. You accept that others can change. Then you can do it. But there is a problem. If you think you are just smart, you are just good because you invented something, you are going to fail, I promise. So mindset really matters. Better, never the best. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. So who we have coming on next is a venerated Silicon Valley VC. She is the general partner over at Spark Ventures, leading a lot of the growth stage funds, investing companies in self-driving, cloud, and consumer. Before that, she's worked in a bunch of different consumer products, both at Square and also at Google, on Google Maps, where she was for 7 years. And she comes in with a lot of venture capital experience, having served also at KPCB. Before that, she worked at Genentech, and she comes in with a degree from Stanford in political science, so she can also go high level. She is an avid runner, as you can tell from her tan. She's been training for a few marathons now, and if you want to say hi, just send her a message on Twitter. She's very personable. So with that, please welcome Megan Quinn to the stage.
Wow, I did not know that we were going to be talking about my marathons. We're not going to talk about my running times.
I was going to analogize it to what it's like to be an entrepreneur. It's a marathon, not a sprint. But I figured we should start.
It's much easier.
We should start with what you've been thinking about lately, some of the ventures and trends you're seeing now.
Yeah, that's well, first, thank you for having me. I'm delighted to be here in London. I love London. This is a beautiful space. So congratulations on your first Startup Grind London event. It's awesome.
Good start.
And thank you guys for coming. So things that I've been thinking about, and we talked a bit about this backstage because it's actually my job in business to think about a lot of things and to be intellectually curious. And sort of one of the most prescient evolutions that I'm following right now, and really still in the middle of formulating a view on, is this evolution we're seeing from lots and lots of apps, so a world where there's an app for everything and everyone's downloading lots of apps, to there being a few very core central apps that have become platforms that are now integrating other products and services extremely tightly into those platforms. And so some really obvious examples include Facebook Messenger and WeChat. On the enterprise side, certainly Slack is in the early but promising stages. And then even things like Snapchat for media. And really sort of this consolidation from having tons and tons of apps to actually bringing them into a few core pillar apps and having those services and those companies touch users through a third party.
Yeah, and we had a chance to dig in this backstage as well, that, you know, say the app boom is over, the rise of Facebook is no longer something to build on, but rather Facebook Messenger is the big thing, Snapchat is the big thing, as apps that come out. So what do you see people building on top of this that you're excited about?
You know, it's a little bit of the early days, but the analogy I'll give is, right, before the internet, early days of the internet, it was about bringing things that were offline experiences online into a website, right? And that was what everyone was doing in the 1990s. And then the mobile phones came out, platforms started to develop, iOS opened up to third-party developers, and suddenly the evolution was, okay, take those website experiences and optimize them for mobile in the form of an app. And now I think we're at this third stage where it's take those app experiences and now optimize them for messaging and optimize them for a few key core mobile platforms in the context of Facebook Messenger or Slack or Snapchat or what have you. And what does that look like? It's still really early days, but there's clearly a lot of interest and excitement around bots. There's clearly a lot of momentum around conversational UIs. I think the question for me as an investor and for entrepreneurs is, how do you retain that connection and that relationship with the end user when you are being built and surfaced to the end user through that third party? And I think that that's going to be really important. And it's hard to build a very significant business when you don't have a direct relationship with your customer. And so people forget in the early days of mobile, when Apple initially opened up the platform to third-party developers to make apps, it took a while for there to be apps that were of any real monetization consequence. That it took a while for really big companies to develop purely based on an app. And now, of course, we live in a world where the largest startup, Uber, has only ever been an app. And so I think that we will see that same sort of migration as it appears through bots and conversational UIs through these messaging apps. But I think it's going to take a little bit of time.
And so the way that Uber was one of the winners and Snapchat was one of the winners of the app economy, it seems like there's maybe going to be winners of, say, the messenger economy, or winners in the sort of conversational UI economy. Obviously, we're seeing a lot of interesting steps in that direction from Google, from Amazon. But what do you see sort of at the forefront, exciting products coming out?
Sure. So, I mean, very early. We're still very early. But take, for example, travel and travel booking. There's a company called Lola. It's relatively new. And they purely exist to help you book travel through these app platforms, or sorry, through these messaging platforms, I should say. So they don't exist in the context of a website. You're never going to go to www.lolatravel.com or anything like that. They are only ever going to exist within these messaging platforms. And so I think that's interesting. I think it's very early, but I think that that's an interesting space to play in because travel is something that so naturally requires lots of back and forth. People, on average, go to at least 7 websites. They're doing research, so forth. So it lends itself very well to a conversational experience. But then you can take something that, for a long time I think looked like a toy to people, which was Giphy. And Giphy has its own app, and Giphy has actually multiple apps. They have one for searching, they have one for making GIFs, and so forth. They have a website, but where Giphy is really seeing a lot of acceleration is through their integrations with these messaging platforms. So when you go to Facebook Messenger or you go to Twitter, and when you're searching for GIFs and that's them, that has been a huge boon to their overall business. And I think Giphy is a very good example of what communication looks like as it evolves from being purely text-based to interactive.
So instead of email, instead of Slack, we'll be talking in GIFs soon. I'll make sure.
I already am. I don't know about you.
I need more emails from you. We'll see. But then in the actual winners that we're seeing, take a company like, say, Go Butler or a company like Magic. What they did is they rolled out a platform that did anything for you, right? And so did M on Messenger, right? So it seems like there's this kind of go broad, then narrow. So how would founders in the crowd then test out an idea in a space of, say, conversational UI or messaging or bots?
Yeah, I think you have to look carefully about where you first roll out a product or service if you are going to roll out a product or service that is dependent on one of these messaging platforms. Because if you are rolling out to take any of those examples you gave, frankly, like they have every intention of covering all aspects of that conversational experience on the back end on their own team. Facebook messaging has very publicly said, we want third parties to develop for this, and we're going to open up the Facebook messaging platform so that they can. And sort of timely, iMessage had the exact same message earlier this week on Monday from Apple at WWDC. So, the bias there is certainly to build for platforms that are embracing and engaging a developer community.
And something that I wanted to pivot to a little bit here is another platform of sorts, the age-old car in our garage. I wanted to say congrats on a recent acquisition you had.
Thank
Would
you.
love for you to talk about that.
Sure. So Spark Capital, 10-year-old venture capital firm in the United States, we led the Series A of an autonomous technology company for cars called Cruise. They sold in Q1 of this year to GM for $1 billion. I get to take no credit, and I just benefit from the halo. My partner, Nabil Hyatt, led that effort for us. And, it's interesting because people have had cars sitting in their garages now for a century, and maybe a little bit in 2013, people thought about building for cars as a technologist. There was a couple apps that we talked about, Automatic, that was sort of like a Fitbit for your car, and there were some other cute things. But now what we've really seen is that the car is this platform for third parties to develop in the form of autonomous or unmanned driving. And I mentioned to you, last week, even post the cruise acquisition, post all of the press and sort of conversations about what Uber or Google or Tesla is doing in this space. I was speaking with an iBanker last week who I check in with regularly, and she said that the second that the cruise news hit, she got a call from basically every industrial who said, I need to meet every single autonomous car technology company you know. And that everyone was clamoring to get some of that technology in-house. And so I think there's still a tremendous amount of appetite from both the industry and, frankly, on the investing side for more technology in that space.
Yeah. And it seems like the common theme amongst all these are timely trends, and they're all very early. So we're early in the days of messaging, we're early in the days of conversation UI, and we're also early in the days of self-driving and car as a platform. So you've obviously done well with Cruise. What other companies are you seeing doing interesting things in the vehicle space?
So there's a company called Otto. It's only very recently been launched. It's a number of Googlers that I worked with who were formerly on the autonomous vehicle team at Google. And they left to go start an autonomous trucking company. And the insight and the realization they had, at least as it relates to US regulation, actually many countries in Europe are much, I think, more advanced about this, particularly France. But the insight that they had was that it's actually much easier to get people comfortable with autonomous trucking than it is autonomous everyday vehicles, because trucks can be programmed to drive at times when people really aren't on the road. So trucks can be programmed to drive from 2 a.m. to 4 a.m. or whatnot. By and large, they take straight shots. They go over a highway system that has intentionally been built to be fairly straight, not a lot of traffic. They don't have to deal with the challenge of a child potentially walking across the street, that kind of thing. And what they really have to only man is the end piece on each side of the trucking experience. And so I think Otto is an interesting look at autonomous vehicles, but it's not vehicles you or I use. It's actually this massive industry built around trucks.
Another common theme in our conversation so far is that many of these new innovations, whether it is having an AI do a service for you, or it is automating a portion of booking your travel, or it is taking cargo from point A to point B, it seems to be potentially eliminating jobs, or at least changing types of jobs that we'll be doing. So we kind of dug into this a bit briefly, but what does that future of work look like? That's another trend that we seem to be seeing.
Yeah, we spend a lot of our time actually thinking about the future of work at Spark, and have posted a few things about it online. And I think that the context we look at is physical, so it's things like Wework. What does the office of the future look like? Does everyone actually even need to come in every day? Does everyone want to come in every day? We look at the tools people use to do their work, so not necessarily sort of traditional SaaS, but things like Slack. I mean, there's a generation that just has taken to Slack, and by the way, it's a cross-generation product, but there's a generation that has certainly embraced it like no other because of the analogies to messaging. And then we think about how, in a world where, from a preference standpoint on the generation side, more people are contractors. I don't really love the gig economy phrase, but I guess that's what it is. I'll just say sort of temporary contractors, where people are opting into that lifestyle because it gives them flexibility, it enables them to be intellectually curious, work with lots of different types of people and companies and products. How do you support that worker in a world where historically there's been almost a paternal organization that took care of everything for them? So there's a company in the United States called Even, and they're focused on wage smoothing for all of these sort of contracting type employees who maybe have very spiky paychecks. And so what they do is they monitor the bank account, and then they smooth it out by depositing more into your bank account when it looks like you're maybe not working as many hours as you normally would, and then taking a little bit out when it looks like you've had more projects than normal. So that's an interesting way of creating a product and service that really facilitates and enables this contracting economy, and also sort of provides the type of service that one of these parental organizations like IBM or Xerox or Google has historically done. And I think there's still interesting opportunities to build an insurance in that space. And so forth.
So I appreciate how deep we've been able to go in a short amount of time. We've talked so far about new UI, about building products for things that were otherwise non-tech before, like cars. And we've also dug a little bit into the future of work, both creating it and supporting it. So I want to ask a last question for a brief answer. And having heard all this, what can some of Europe's founders, like the ones in this room, use as resources? What does London have in abundance? What could it still use more of in order to create businesses in these fields?
Yeah, so I've spent a fair amount of time. I actually lived in London up until about a year ago, and I've spent a fair amount of time re-engaging my network this week and meeting with entrepreneurs and just asking them about the ecosystem and the developments they're seeing and the biggest challenges that they have. And ironically, it doesn't sound like capital's an issue. It sounds like money is flowing through the streets. There seems to be no shortage of ideas. The real challenge that I'm hearing from the community is around getting the right people. And I don't necessarily mean people with the right CV or the right skills, but people with the right mentality and attitude around building a startup. Because I think that at the end of the day, startups are a lifestyle. And it's not a particularly pleasant lifestyle most of the time. And so people who are really driven and have a vision of the future that they absolutely believe needs to exist need to build teams around them that have that same sort of drive, and not people who are exchanging sort of the startup lifestyle for the comfortable lifestyle that they've had, you know, at another type of company. It's not a one-for-one. It's a very, very different type of experience.
Cool, thank you. So we're going to potentially take this conversation to Twitter if you have any pushback on that. But in the meantime, thank you so much for joining us, Megan.
Thank you.
Hi there, Startup Grind Europe. Yeah, you can clap, it's okay. There we go. Man, I haven't got this much applause in a while. I am honored to introduce a man that I had the pleasure of meeting a couple of times. Eoghan McCabe is the co-founder and CEO of Intercom, which has really become the world's #1 customer engagement platform, in my opinion. And as someone who responds to all of our Intercom requests, I can say that with some assurance. It does make it very easy. Intercom has raised over $100 million from institutional and individual investors alike. What I find most interesting, though, is that they have over 10,000 paying blue chip customers, including Expensify, Trunk Club, IBM, and Rackspace. Eoghan and his team recently announced that they are spending over 70% of revenue on R&D to ensure that they stay ahead of the curve. So without further ado, I give you Eoghan McCabe, interviewed by Business Insider's tech editor, James Cook. Let's give it up.
So I guess a lot of you here will probably have used Intercom at some point. You might not have known it. I mean, why don't you run us through a little bit about what Intercom is and what it does?
Sure. We're a software company. We sell to other software companies. We have a small set of simple messaging products that help those businesses talk to their customers.
And you're based in Silicon Valley full-time. It's 3 other co-founders over in Dublin. How do you find Silicon Valley? Because I guess a lot of people here may not have been out there, they may not have been out to work there. What were your impressions when you stepped off the plane day one?
Yeah. So the start of my career, I was based in Dublin. I worked there for 5, 6, 7 years in the tech industry before I moved to San Francisco. I ran 2 companies there and then started a company over in the Valley. So I think I have a pretty good comparison set. I guess, you know, the one thing I always say to people when we get talking about this in general, making that comparison, is that the tech industry is tiny, teeny, tiny, so small. You know, there's maybe a max 1,000 people that are actually moving the industry or setting trends or doing things that any of us might find interesting at any point in time. And still today, this in-person communication is the richest medium to connect and communicate and collaborate. And much like people go to Hollywood to get into movies or Madrid to get into fashion, I don't know, people go to the Valley, this very small number of people go to the Valley to get into technology. And so I mean, the biggest thing you obviously realize, it's not a surprise, this is why people go there, is that there's just an incredibly strong concentration of people who are working on the things that you're working on. And because it is that center, that physical geographical center for technology, it is just true to say that the majority of the best people in the industry are there, and so your peers, the people around you, the people who you might want to be or be jealous of, are always going to be doing things, frankly, more interesting than you and are going to be more successful than you, and it just sets an appropriately high bar, people to look up to, people to learn from.
So coming back here to London and also to Dublin, where you've got an office, how do you see the tech scene there? Have you sort of look upon it with new eyes now? Do you see promising startups coming out? How do you feel about that?
One thing's for sure. So I moved to the Valley in 2011, and it was definitely the case that in Dublin and here in the rest of Europe, that the tech industry, the scene, the community was far less mature than it is today. It's just the case that there are now people here on this side of the Atlantic doing things that are globally relevant. And that was mostly, 99% of the time, not the case 4 or 5 years ago. And so, it's not just London, it's not just Dublin, it's not just Europe. It's the case now that I think technology in general is kind of, or the skills required to build technology companies are now more commodity skills. We're learning from each other. There are easier platforms, whether it's like platforms like the App Store to get easier distribution, whether it's platforms like AWS to better deploy your software, whether it's platforms like Stripe or even Intercom to build and run your companies. You less and less need these hyper-specialized skills that you would only find in the Valley. And so there is a spread across the world of very early stage new types of technology companies. It is interesting to see these different places focus on different areas or niches. Like, for example, New York seems to focus on a lot of media or some finance things backed up by technology as opposed to like pure technology companies themselves. But there has been a marked change in the last 5 years.
I guess one thing a lot of people talk about in Europe, and a lot of governments talk about it here, is trying to build a Silicon Valley in Europe. Do you think that's possible, or do you think we should be aiming for something quite different?
It depends what on earth that phrase means. If it means a ton of folks from whom you might want to learn and connect with and partner with, you'll find that in many places around the world. It will still concentrate in cities for as long as virtual reality isn't as rich as this connection right here. It will still concentrate around cities, but you'll find it all around the world. Yeah.
Interesting. So you've raised money from US VCs, right? How do you find raising money to be different in the US than in Dublin?
Again, it's just the idea that there are a very small specialized set of skills. Going back to the silly film analogy, I just think it's going to be really, really hard to find people who are experts at certain types of movie production in fucking Cork or London, even though that's definitely changing. There are just a very small number of people who really participate in this industry. And if you're willing to buy the idea that there are maybe only 1,000 movers and shakers in tech, and there is maybe a tenth of that number of, firms who really know what they are doing, venture firms who time and time again have shown fund after fund that they actually have more than luck on their side, and they've been able to bet on winning funds and firms. They don't exist here, they don't exist in Dublin, they don't exist in Cork, they don't exist all over Europe. There's a fucking tiny amount of them, and they're there. So, venture capital as an asset class, people will pretty easily say it's just kind of a failed asset class. There are very, very few firms who have been successful there. And if you wanted to pick the 20 top most successful venture firms, the vast majority of them are all in the Bay Area. So that tells you something. Does successful equate to value for the entrepreneur? If we're going to measure the success of these firms by their returns, is that good for for me. I think typically the people who are most successful bet on the best people, and so have a network of great people and can open that up to you. They've probably also been exposed to greatness in a bunch of different ways, such that they could impart some degree of knowledge or help. Plus, they've also seen the types of deals and relationships and terms that have led to situations that have allowed companies to be successful. And what I'm getting at is, it's just true to say, it's a matter of fact that the standard set of terms that you might start your negotiation with venture firms here or in Dublin or in the rest of the world versus in the Valley are typically more onerous. You know, the more progressive, successful firms know how to give the you know, like successful Valley companies a degree of space and freedom that you don't find in the rest of the place. And you need that freedom to play and experiment and have a little room to change later on. And so that's why Valley VCs and VC is such a, there's a lot of like gossip and infighting. It's a competitive type of an industry, but that's why the Valley firms would, you know, almost look down on firms outside of the Valley, or look down on companies who've raised outside of the Valley, because a lot of these deals, or the terms in these deals, again, are a little more onerous, hurt the company a little more, restrict the company a little more. So these are the differences. Again, technology is tiny, VC is teeny tiny. VC in general is fail, and the amount of successful VCs is this amount, and 90-something% of them are in the Valley. And then typically the successful venture firms know how to give companies a little bit of freedom to be successful. That doesn't mean that you can't be successful anywhere, or build a successful VC firm anywhere, or build a wonderful company raising money from people who aren't even VCs. These are all just degrees of probability and difficulty.
So one thing that does exist in Cork is Apple in a big way, which has a big facility there. As a startup with offices in Dublin, how do you benefit from these big US tech giants coming to Ireland?
Nice segue. I don't know that we do. I think Cork was the first by a long shot. I think that they came there in like the late 70s or early 80s. So they don't exactly play in the tech industry, but what's really interesting is that as tech companies have over time set up their European or EMEA headquarters in Dublin, whether it's Dropbox or Airbnb or LinkedIn or Facebook or Google or any of these companies, but you know, even a lot of the smaller and earlier ones, as they set up their EMEA headquarters in Dublin, they typically tend to do so to have access to the EU, a European base, a country in which the people speak English and there's a culture that's familiar, and last but not least, and this might be top of the list, a significant tax break or tax benefits. But they will often bring more commodity type roles initially, and they've done that historically. You still need management for those roles, and you still need management that understands how international, if not value-based companies work. And so then they'll bring management over to Dublin from a range of different places, or train people in Dublin. Over time, then when they have a base humming and ticking, they have offices and infrastructure, they know how to hire and pay employees in that place, Dublin. They'll then start to like tap into other talent pools and use that as a base for different types of teams. And so you've started to see a couple of these Valley companies start to hire for R&D and some higher skill jobs and roles. And then over time, as you then have a number of these companies with cultures that are international and value-oriented, with management that knows how these tech companies run, now with higher skill talent that's fit into the inner workings of these companies, you have a pool from which these companies might want to hire from each other, or new indigenous companies might want to hire from for themselves. And that's how an ecosystem starts, and it is gently starting in Dublin.
So returning to Silicon Valley for a second, a lot of tech companies there are famed for the perks that they have, you know, the catered lunches, the football tables, but you guys don't necessarily do all of that. I wonder if you could talk me through what led you to that decision.
Yep. I think that, I think a lot of people, when they might want to do or achieve something, we tend to normally look at other people that have done it before. We look at their particular traits, their behaviors, what was successful and not successful. And a lot of us might try and imitate that. The greatest of us might actually look at the underlying trends or the values or the principles or the patterns and might understand why people did what they did, but the majority of us will simply copy it for all the wrong reasons. And so I think a lot of tech companies have tended to copy what other tech companies have done. And Google were famous for their beanbag chairs and the lava lamps, and that started a snowball of a certain culture that created a casual workplace, which I definitely support. You know, we're very, very serious about our work. I don't think we take ourselves too seriously. We're silly and we like to have fun, but we want to achieve really big and great things. And so when people come to work at Intercom, I expect you to not fucking around on a foosball table, I expect you to work. And what you typically find with companies that have foosball tables and fucking water guns and whatnot, they will come in and they'll screw around all day and they'll not get a lot of work done and they'll stay late. And because they stayed late, they come in late and then they'll screw around all day and then they won't get much work done and then they'll stay late. And it's just this really, frankly, unprofessional, lazy, stupid pattern where people just get very little done and actually get burnt out because they're acting in a way that's not conducive to the thing that they actually want to achieve. Furthermore, I actually think it's pretty patronizing to act as if that these perks might be the types of things that your adult, ambitious, great employees might actually be interested in. And we know that they can get them anywhere else, and so we say, if that's what you really care about, go to another company.
Do you get people act surprised when they don't see a football table in your
I don't
office?
think so. I think it's wonderfully refreshing, and it was really funny. There was an article recently that spoke about the decline in ping pong table sales in the Valley in correlation with the decline in venture funding, but we've just never done that.
Interesting. I think we've wrapped up ahead of time, so I think that's very good. I like the idea that hard work is novel to some people in Silicon Valley.
Yes, indeed, sadly.
Cool. Thanks very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. My name is David Scanlon. I'm Chapter Director for Startup Grind in Dublin, Ireland, just across the pond. Our next speaker today is Jared Smith. Jared is one of 3 members of the Smith family who founded in 2004 Qualtrics. So alongside his father Scott and his brother Ryan, they've created the world's leading insight and research software platform. Together, they have bootstrapped a family business from a dingy basement, a multi-billion-dollar business from a basement in Provo, Utah. Can I get a show of hands of anybody who knows or has heard of Provo, Utah? Nobody? Or has been to Provo, Utah? You're going to hear a lot about Provo. So Jared is an economist by training, but he's also one of the most sought-after managers of products and people around the world. He was headhunted by Google when they were looking to scale out their operation into China. He is a keen traveler, and in his spare time when he isn't traveling and being the CTO of Qualtrics, he finds time to argue with his brother Ryan. So leading the interview this afternoon is the co-founder and CEO of Startup Grind, Derek Andersen, and they're going to be talking about how to build a billion-dollar business outside of Silicon Valley. Can you please give a warm welcome to Jared and to Derek?
Around the corner to see how many people have heard of Provo.
How many people have heard of Provo, Utah? There's like all of 3 people in this room.
So in that, if you have all the benefits of the labor in London, are there any excuses on not doing a great startup here?
Yeah. So you just moved back to London?
I did. I'm in process.
How's it going, and what are you doing?
I'm learning about builders in the UK. I am learning about party wall agreements and what you can do and can't do, and planning permission. I've been learning a lot about planning permission. So it will be September is what they tell me, which is a long time off the original date of July, which I'm also learning about slippage. So.
And you've spent time here before. Tell us about your history.
I came in '97, just as Blair was coming into government after the landslide election to attend uni, and so I went to the London School of Economics over in Aldwych,
And as I have heard the story, you arrived, you heard about the school, you went and got a meeting with the dean, and basically talked your way into school and went to school. Is that true?
There was someone who took pity on me, so I think not only in startups, but in life, you'll occasionally get somebody who does you a very nice favor, and I was fortunate that somebody admitted me probably when I shouldn't have been.
So tell us, what is Qualtrics and what problem does it solve?
A high level, Qualtrics is all about surveying. At least that's the idea that we started with. And something I've learned is when you begin your product journey, the initial idea, in our case, I feel we nailed it, but as time goes on, it gets bigger and bigger and bigger. So it began very simply as there was a shift from paper-based surveys to online surveys, and how do you take and create a dynamic form, send it out, and tabulate the results. And then what happened when we launched is no one wanted to buy it because most corporations were still outsourcing research, and the only people who did want to buy it were the universities. And so that became the market in which we made the company. And today, they were giving me the numbers. It's 44 of the top business schools in Europe use Qualtrics, 1,400 universities in the US, 99 out of the top business schools there. And so mainly, if any student goes to a university, they learn to do market research or surveying on Qualtrics. And no surprise that if you play that out over 12 years, it quickly becomes the #1 product within corporations. In terms of how the idea morphed, it went from just surveys to how do you measure experience? So do you want to know how your products are doing in the market? Do you want to know how your employees are enjoying working for your company? Do you want to understand the customer satisfaction experience and how you measure it at every step of the way and then report on it and optimize your operations for it?
How many customers do you have? Any other interesting data points? We got the university ones, but anything else you can share just to give a sense of the scale?
The scale's big, 1,200 employees and rapidly expanding beyond that. To give you an idea, we added 600 employees in the last year, basically doubling the size of the company. And so we're into that very fun inflection of the growth in the organization and how you scale teams. In terms of customers, this is probably what we're the most proud of. We have over 9,000 customers, and not one customer represents more than 1/10 of a percent of the business. And so that is really, really neat because it means that we have to make a lot of people happy, which is a chore, but the right thing to focus on, and then two, that a lot of people have to fire us to go out of business.
Okay, so now that we know how the company's huge, the problem's huge, you talked your way into the London School of Economics. How in the world did you make one of the most fundamental mistakes that anyone can ever make in a startup, which is to go into business with your brother and your dad? How in the world?
I asked
how
this
in the
a
world
lot.
did you do that?
No, it's interesting. I was at a breakfast this morning, and I kind of walked in. I was a little apprehensive, and it was all these FTSE CEOs, and someone came up to me and said, "Oh, you're Ryan's brother," and gave me a hug and said, "Come hang out." And then after about 5 minutes into it, he said, "You guys are the complete opposites." Right? And so Ryan is outgoing, he enjoys these things, he's a hardcore marketer, he has an engine in him, his motor is just huge in a drive, where I'm much more the operational, the technology, he walks in, it's a crisis, I'm like, oh, this is nothing, we can solve this. And in it, it became the perfect yin and yang, and the benefit of being brothers is since we were little kids, we could beat on each other and have the hardest arguments and then still be buddies 10 minutes later. And so I think you need the yin and yang in your founding partnership of a team. And I would say in this case, family's an advantage, because as you think through your own business, how often you get to a hard decision, you don't know what to do, and then you have that conflict and you still have to work together. We have it even more complex. We still have to go to dinner with each other and kids' birthdays, and so it's probably the only reason the company survived and had to go through all the hard things it did to get here, was that we were glued together whether we liked it or not.
Kim Scott, who's was a very high-level executive at Google for a long time and now has started her own company, she said that you get more work done in a 24-hour period than anyone else she's ever met. And I'd love to just talk about this idea of how you work and what you do, and if we could get really tactical about it, I think it'd be really interesting. Start by telling us, what time do you get up and what do you do first?
So when I'm in full swing, I get up between like 4:45 and 5. And then and I've read a lot about this, and the reason I get up at that time is my mind's racing.
The nightmares?
No,
the tremors?
No, not the hangover. No, it's the mind's racing, and so there's a lot of studies on early morning people about how there's some inertia that gets you out of bed, and it's normally, hey, I want to go conquer this, or I want to get this done. And so I don't like, wasting a lot of time in the morning, because if you think about it, that 5 a.m. to 8 a.m. slot is when no one is going to bug you. And so as a leader, what you always struggle with is the balance between individual contributing and leading a team. But you can't lead a team effectively unless you get your think time and your preparation time. And so that block is the only block I know in a business day where I have 3 hours uninterrupted, and then I can be everyone else's until whenever to help advance the business. So that's why I err to the early morning side. And so most people aren't disciplined enough, so they don't get that individual contributor time during that period. There's another trick I do, which is it's very simple, and I teach it to anyone that works for me, is in the morning I take a single Post-it note and I put it down on my desk, and I write 3 significant things that I am not going to go home until they're done. So somebody, and these are not small things, these are the hard things that tend to span over weeks, but I do that every day. I'm going to get these 3 things done before I go home. And then when somebody comes in my office and wants to wait 20 minutes, I'm sitting there going, I can let them chatter on, or I can be here till midnight, or I can get out of here at 6 if I get this person out of here and stay focused on these 3 things. And what I've learned in my career is most people will get one thing on that list done in a week's period of time, because they lose focus, they're operating within the environment, they become reactive to everyone else. But just saying I'm going to do 3 a day is very hard for others to keep the pace up. But once they learn the trick, they equally achieve the same thing, and all the productivity comes up and the discipline comes back in. So that's my secret.
When do you check your email?
I check it, interestingly enough, depending on how disciplined I am, I try to do it twice a day. And so I'll do it about 11 in the morning and about 6 at night.
What?
Yeah. I know.
Seriously?
But if I've got my phone and I'm at the car wash or whatever, I can go through it. But the other thing I try to do is
But how do you do that? I'm not leaving there until we figure this out. What? You check it. Okay, you check it at 11.
I have this lecture I also give junior people who work in our organization. Which
that would be me, the junior guy.
No. But
amateur.
If your house is on fire, do you email the fire department? Right? And it's amazing how many 22-year-olds come into business and they're like, oh yeah, the servers are down, and they send an email, right? And it's like, well, yeah, I'm not going to get that till 11. So you have to condition the org that there is a telephone, there is a way to walk down the hall, but that, if it's urgent, this is how you get a hold of me. Otherwise, it's transactional stuff, and if I spend all day in my inbox, then what I'm focused on is being reactive to others, as opposed to driving the agenda that I need to drive. And so that's how I manage that.
Do you take a lunch, or do you do meetings?
I don't. When I went to China, this caused a lot of problems for me. In Chinese culture, you break a lot of bread and work over, do conversations over meals. But I just notoriously, I do not do lunch, and I will nibble on something or have something brought to me. But that's an hour in the middle of the day that it can either be for me or just to keep progress and things moving.
What about vacations, or what do you think about a 4-day work week?
I read the book. I thought it was a good idea. I don't think it's practical. I've actually gone to the other side of the equation, which is, there's probably only 1 week a year where I'm completely walled off. In fact, it's next week. I take I have a 5-year-old godson, and so he and his family and all of we go on a holiday together, and 5-year-olds demand attention, is what I've discovered. But other than that, no, I would rather go to work 2 hours a day and just keep going and to keep the organization moving than to completely unplug. I find that more relaxing.
So you're saying you'll go a whole year without you'll work all the time and then take a week
off?
off?
The intensity levels change.
Sure,
and so
but
it's not,
like you'll be off and on working 7 days a week?
Sure.
Yeah.
If there's, I believe when you have a lot of employees, a lot of responsibility, a lot of families depending on that you don't, have the novelty of being able to turn off, So our customers would certainly demand that, and we haven't had this, since we went through the growing pains. But let's say a data center went down on Sunday night, or I'm on vacation. If you were my customer, you'd be really upset if I'm like, well, it's inconvenient for me because you're having this issue. And so day-to-day operations folks tend to deal with it, but as leader, you need to be available, and that's the responsible thing to do. And there's rewards that, that come with that.
And what time do you go to bed?
I try to do 8 hours, and so in that, I'm an early to bed guy.
Is there something you think about before you go to bed, or like some sort of,
No,
fragrance or incense that you burn?
No, I have no rituals or incense burning or anything like that. It's normally a hotel room, so what I do is I need foam pillows, and so I can make sure I got a foam pillow and a thing of water by the side of the bed. That's my whole evening ritual.
When you were working at Google, you were asked to go to China and to really open up the operation. And if I have my math right, there was a handful of people when you got there. There was about 300 people. When you left 2 years later, hundreds of how many people were there?
It's a funny story. I had a partner in Google named Kai-Fu Lee, and so when the decision was made of where we put the offices, it was a toss-up between Shanghai and Beijing, and we ended up in Beijing, which I've always wondered was whether the right decision, but it was solely made on where Kai-Fu's mother-in-law lived, which was Shanghai. And so that's how Google ended up in Beijing, although
Strategic.
There were practical arguments the other way, but that's it. We had, at the time of the quote-unquote exit from China, we had 900 employees.
Wow.
Between those offices. And we operated in 5 offices, depending on how you define China.
How many resumes do you think you've looked at over the course of your career?
I did the math on this when I left Google. And if I take the last 12 years of my career, the number one thing that I've done is interviewed and hired. And I hate it, to be truthful. So when I left Google, I swore I would never do another interview again. I would never set another OKR, for those who know about those in terms of objectives that I was done. And I had figured I had spent of my 6 years there slightly over a year interviewing. And it was just every job, there's something at the core of the Google DNA about scaling organizations, because that was the ride. So I joined when we were about 1,800 employees and went through to 26,000. And so in terms of resumes, I bet I go through 100 for the one interview I'll take. And it's just the discipline of, if you're gonna, you could spend your whole career just interviewing if you aren't very selective about what is willing to come into you. And I routinely have whole teams that interview and say, this candidate's great, and I'll read the resume and not do the interview, and it's over for the candidate. So.
What makes a candidate great? How quickly can you know by looking at a resume? How quickly can you know, and what does that spectrum look like?
20 to 30 seconds it would be what I'd say if I'm really studying the resume. there's a lot of different theories on hiring, and every organization adopts their own. The one that I am very partial to is what's known as trajectory hiring. And so if you were to take kind of a child from birth and you were to figure out what the perfect trajectory is by, check every box, Montessori school, they go in the US, all the way through high school, class valedictorian, top of their grade, go to one of the top 4 universities, go to a selective employer afterwards, go to a top MBA school, go to a selective employer, and now you're available to look at them. I take that just as a calibration of the perfect trajectory, and then I calculate the delta off of it. And so if the delta's too far, I don't look at it. And that's just an easy resume screen. You go down to the school. Did they go to a great school, and did they study something hard? So if they went to a good school and they studied exercise science, right? So they studied to be a PE. It's not a hard thing to study. And so, but if they studied mathematics there, I'm much more impressed.
Or communications.
It's
pretty
art history, so it's did they study something hard? Now, that isn't that these people are bad. It's just I'm looking for somebody who's basically driven and does not know how to fail, right? And then if you get a cohort of those people, what it does inside your organization is you actually get a normal distribution, and it pushes the performance of the organization way up.
Tell me about the first engineer. What do I need to know about hiring my first engineer, or getting a first co-founding engineer?
Yeah, no, this is where I think Qualtrics was phenomenally lucky. When you think about hiring engineers, there's a whole spectrum. At one end, you have people who know how to code, right? Think of it, because I'm dealing with building. When you hire, a builder on your site, you can get somebody who knows how to paint and put on the cornices and all of that, or you can get a real artisan on the other end of the scale who knows, just all the intricacies and how to do amazing work. Engineering is no different. And so it's easy to find somebody who knows how to code. It's really hard to find somebody who knows how to organize the code in a way that your servers scale, that they're stable, that it's future-proof, so they can add one feature and keep adding more and more instead of having to go back and rewrite and start over. And so that end of the scale are known as computer scientists. And that is, what I think is one of the most vital initial hires when you start an organization. And in the case of Qualtrics, we hired a master's in computer science as our first engineer, both degrees being in it. And if I look, when we were 30 million in revenue, we had 4 engineers. And that was a result of getting the first one right. Now our engineering team is in the hundreds, but they're still dealing with the code of those first 4 engineers, and it's the bulk of the features in the product, and that's just the foundations.
How important is the resume versus the interview?
Resume trumps interview. And the reason is, this is how you have to think about it, or at least how I think about it. The interview is 30 minutes long, an hour long. Let's say you do an hour-long interview with 8 people, you have 8 hours worth of input in that process. You've got 20 years sitting on that resume in front of you. 8 hours is going to trump 20 years. That's not a data-driven decision. So if you're looking at a resume where they change jobs every year, but everyone loved interviewing them, this really, hey, why are they changing jobs every year? And so what we teach the teams, and we have all of the control processes and things, is we're 70 to 80% interview, or resume. And the interview should come back and explain the resume and the career to us.
This is my last question, and that is that this is a scenario that I think a lot of people in this room are probably in. I really, really need engineering help on my startup. I'm never going to get my product shipped. Shouldn't I compromise on the quality or the talent of that person because the pain for me is so great? I've got to solve this problem. What would you say to that?
I refer to that as a manager in pain, right? And so, think of it like a wounded bear. Whenever you have a manager in pain, they will make suboptimal decisions. And so you think about that. I'm in pain, I need this so bad, so I'm gonna go hire second rate, and then every decision you make after that is based on a bad decision. And so all you're gonna do is stack suboptimal decisions. So if you make a bad decision, your next decision, how you manage, how you engage, which feature you can build based on the skill set of that person, is going to be a bad decision. And then another bad decision, then another bad. And then at what point does it become so much that something that is difficult, being an entrepreneur is hard, it just makes it infinitely harder. And so it's better to slow down and set up your chances of success than to ever compromise on the talent. And by the way, that first person that you hire, you're going to be giving them a lot of equity in your organization. So if you really value your idea and you really value where you're going as an entrepreneur, that equity is sacred. You know, somebody shows up, you know, whatever the percentages are that it makes sense, percentages of your idea. So make sure you hire the best for it. That's my advice.
Thank you for being here and welcome back to London.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hello, Sarah Bryan. How are you doing? So I'm Alex Rodriguez, chapter director from Barcelona. Your favorite city, is it not? I'm really happy to introduce on stage Niklas Andersen. It's actually, co-founder of Kazaa. He co-founded Kazaa back in the day, one of the largest file sharing systems. While they were running out of money, they decided to save some bills, telephone bills actually. They said, let's scratch our own itches. And they founded Skype. I could also tell you that, I actually got the role as chapter director through Skype, by using Skype. Who has got a job actually using Skype? Many job interviews, right? Many of you have gotten. Cool. I could also tell you that he's also founding partner of Atomico, an investment firm that they are investing in European startups. Yesterday they announced a large round for a Spanish-based startup called Job and Talent, 42 million euros. Or about his philanthropic career. But then again, I prefer that he actually talks about this himself. So I'd like to introduce Niklas Zennström and Sue from Wall Street Journal. Everybody give it up in the Startup Grand fashion. Give it up.
So the theme of this talk is building companies in a connected world. I think the conference organizers meant connected in a technological way. Yeah. But given that we're in London now, with the UK possibly a week away from disconnecting politically with the rest of Europe, I want to ask you, as a tech investor, what do you make about the upcoming EU referendum?
Yeah, well, I kind of certainly believe in a connected world. So if we disconnect, it's going to be a disaster. I came to London in 2002, one-way ticket, Ryanair, flight, me and my wife, 3 bags. We went to London because we thought this is a perfect city to build a global business from. And since then, I think it's been a great place to build a global business. And, if I would be a younger version of myself, would probably not go to, if there's a Brexit, I probably would not go to London, I probably would go to Berlin. And I think that would be not because, I think growth is coming from entrepreneurs, from tech companies, and London has really, really become a magnet for entrepreneurs all over Europe are coming to London to start their businesses. And 40% of all the kind of tech companies in Europe are now in London, so it would be really, really sad if we disconnect.
So you said 40% of?
40%, about 40% of kind of venture, I don't know, maybe 35 to 40% venture capital in Europe is kind of is invested in the UK, and primarily in London.
Now, why London and Berlin? Why those 2 cities specifically, and why would you have preferred London?
Because it's just a bigger city. It's more capital. But also it's such a multicultural city. And if you think about building a global business, it's very easy to recruit people from all around the world. You have a lot of big businesses coming in and out of London, and it's just very, very connected. Berlin and Stockholm, by the way, is also awesome to build companies. Very, very thriving. But these are not as connected cities as London is.
Mm-hmm. And speaking of global connections, you've always said, now Atomico, your fund is now 10 years old. You've said that great companies can come from anywhere.
Yeah.
Now, and today in 2016, does a great company have to come out of Silicon Valley?
Yeah. So, good question. So, when we started, that was the thesis, great company can come from anywhere. 10 years later, the reality is that we've had 40 companies in Europe after Skype getting billion-dollar companies in Europe. So that's amazing. I think that's just, and really what's happened over the last 10 years is that the ecosystems here in Europe have really become mature. You have people, like myself, founders investing in other founders, but you also have a lot of founders doing angel investing and really mentoring the next generation of entrepreneurs. You also have people working for some of these successful companies, gaining a lot of experience. They go out and start companies, and as a consequence, you have the top students at the universities are now really considering starting a company or joining a startup company as a viable career choice instead of like investment banking. So it's happening, and Europe is a really, really good place to build your business. So actually 2/3 of the billion-dollar companies are coming from outside of Silicon Valley.
2/3 outside of Silicon Valley.
Yeah. Okay. So Silicon Valley is still the epicenter. There's no doubt about it, but you don't need to be there.
Mm-hmm. Now, I'm originally from San Francisco, and experiencing my first summer here makes me wish that this fireside chat had an actual fire involved. But one of the things I wanted to ask you was that there's a great infrastructure for startups in Silicon Valley, and it seems to be lacking here in terms of late-stage growth funds. Is that a real problem, and what can people like you do about it?
Yeah, no, it's a good question. So, we have a really good situation in early stage funding now. There's a lot of angel investors and a lot of new, smaller kind of Series A type investors. But when it comes to really scaling companies, we have a funding gap. Certainly with Atomico, we're trying to address that. We're investing from Series A, but also B and C and onwards. We have, raising a much larger fund so we can really support companies. And I think, though, that over the next few years, that we will fill this funding gap. We have a great pension fund system and institutions here in Europe. They've been quite late to get on the game, but you're starting already now to see some of these large pension funds investing in tech through funds. And if the European pension funds allocated just 0.5% of their allocations into technology, we will have a better funding situation here than in the US. I think that can happen.
And how do you get big institutions like that to invest in tech companies?
I think you need a few thought leaders. Some of the Swedish pension funds are already starting to do this. And the reality is, like, if you're managing a pension fund, you think about not screwing things up. It's not very good for the people. So they're very conservative. So they want to see results. They want to see that performance, and they can start seeing that now. When we were talking to institutions like 5 years ago, you mentioned Europe and tech at the same meeting. It's like, that's the door. Today, they understand that it's actually the European tech ecosystem is happening. There's a lot of great companies being created here, some great category winners, and they understand that this is something that they want to be part of. So you're starting to see that happening slowly now in a few.
So you're saying that as Europe produces more very visible winners, that the institutional funds will get involved?
It's starting to happen.
So back in the U.S. now, we're seeing a downturn in tech valuations, just worries about their general outlook. What kind of position is Europe in to weather this downturn that has started in the U.S.?
Yeah, we're in a different phase here. And what has happened is that because we haven't had so much capital coming into the European market in the last few years, valuations haven't skyrocketed the way they did in the US. So actually, valuations last year in US was 3 times higher on the medium valuations than Europe. So as a matter of fact, the first quarter this year, there you have maybe 40, probably better situation for them in a potential down market.
Another thing that I've noticed over here that hasn't quite made its way to the United States yet are these companies, for example, Rocket Internet in Germany, that has found a way to systemically replicate and export ideas from Silicon Valley or elsewhere all around the world. How is this good or bad for the tech industry?
Yeah, so Rocket is a one-off phenomenon. They're executing like no one else, and they have a history from copying not only Silicon Valley companies, copying European companies as well. And I think that's something that's very, very specific. Now they're focusing very much on emerging markets, and I think that what we do, we are betting on founders. We think that our thesis is that you need extraordinary founders to create fantastic companies, and you cannot do this as a machine. So we have a completely separate thesis of how we operate. We think that we want to back founders, we want to help the founders to scale. So it's a very different method.
We were just talking about sailing backstage about the America's Cup, and your theory was that Team Great Britain might have a best shot at winning the America's Cup next year because its founder is British, whereas Americans have an Australian skipper and
founder,
whatnot.
the founder thesis, I think that Ben Ainslie has a chance. He has the best chance. If anyone going to beat Oracle, it's him, because it's not a corporation hiring a team. It's a founder going out, putting together his own team and getting backers here, local backers who are backing the founders. And I think that's just that founding mentality. You should not underestimate how strong that is, because then you get people to rally behind that founder.
At the same time, just to play devil's advocate, Rocket has trained hundreds of entrepreneurs that have gone through its system, and now you're seeing them trickle to other funds and starting their own companies. Do you think that has helped? How do you think that has affected
I think that's
the
great.
ecosystem?
I think it's great. So that you have, they're hiring so many people. They're hiring people out of school, young people, brilliant, smart people, ambitious people. People probably would probably go to work at like Goldman Sachs or McKinsey or Morgan Stanley for 2 years and then do something else. Now, if you go to work for Rocket for 2 years, it's like, that's probably better than to work for Goldman Sachs for 2 years. So I think they're actually training a lot of people to be entrepreneurs. They're really, really good in how to scale. They're very metrics driven, and so I think that's probably not a bad school for young people to go to. But I should certainly encourage them to go out after a few years and then start their own companies. Like everything we can do to encourage more people to become founders, to start companies, the better it is. So there are different ways to do it, and that's a good way.
Mm-hmm. Now at Atomico, you've brought in more founders into the firm. Why is that, and do they focus more on existing portfolio companies rather than new investments?
So we have this founder thesis is something that's very strong for us. We think that founders are the best advisors to other founders. Founders have gone through the challenges, made mistakes, and they can understand the situation another founder is. It's sometimes very, very lonely to be a founder. And also, investments in venture capital should be conviction driven. It's not like a numbers game, it's convictions. And I think founders are better to understand, to see something that they get higher conviction. So our founders in our team, we have a lot of successful founders in Atomico, and they're both doing sourcing, but also helping them portfolio companies. And we also, in addition to founders, we also have some executives. We have people who scaled Uber, scaled Spotify, scaled Skype, and Facebook and so forth. So there are people who've been part of scaling some of the most successful companies, and they can really help companies to scale.
Mm-hmm. Just talking to new companies and talking with the founders that you brought in, what do you think are going to be the major themes in the tech industry in Europe over the next couple of years?
So, you talk about this whole copycat, and maybe you can look at 3 different stages. We had it 10 years ago, most things were kind of copycats. Then you had an era where you had some really strong companies, original companies becoming category leaders, companies like Spotify, King, Supercell, maybe Skype. I think what I started to see now, a few data points, and is that you're starting to see more deep technology companies as well. And I think that we are the best in the world in artificial intelligence. DeepMind is from here, from UK. It's an amazing company, amazing talent. We're the best in the world in gaming with King and Supercell, Rovio, Minecraft. We're the best in the world in music services, Spotify, SoundCloud, and so forth. So I think you're going to see more and more technology companies as well. We're starting to see a few more kind of really deep technology companies.
Mm-hmm. How do these companies defend their market leader position over here when we're living in, again, a more connected world today?
Yeah. So what's really interesting is that, I'm from Sweden. We're 9 million people, and entrepreneurs in Sweden understand that you need to build a global company from day one. When we built Skype, it was from day one said it's a global company. When we look at the data of companies, it's very clear that the correlation, that the size of the country and how fast a company goes international. So in the next 4 or 5 years, they're probably going to have 1 million more online users through smartphones, and they're going to come all in emerging markets. And if you're coming from a really big market like the US or China, it takes you a few years before you go international. So I think that companies coming from smaller European countries, looking at going international faster, may actually start to have a competitive advantage because of this international mindset. Again, being here in London, hiring people from all around the world, actually who lives here, is a competitive advantage. So I will always encourage entrepreneurs to think about globalization and going global as soon as they have a product market fit, and then you can actually have a competitive advantage.
And I think we have time for just to wrap up the conversation. Well, when you encourage these entrepreneurs to go global, what are two or three of the pieces of advice that you give them in expanding? Yeah,
well, first of all, you should not do it too early. You need to make sure you have your product market fit needs to be there. You don't want to start iterating on multiple markets at the same time. So you need to make sure you have a very solid product market fit. And then you need to have the best team around you. You need to have the best people who have some experience who can help you with that. And then also understanding that different markets are different, and you need to try to make sure you have a core of your product that is kind of very global, and then see what are the things that I need to adjust, and also understanding that how you do business in Japan is very different from how you do business in China and Brazil and so forth. So getting advice how to do that in different markets is probably the bad thing.
If you were to boil that down into one sentence, what would you tell your entrepreneurs looking abroad?
First, as soon as you have a great product market fit, you should expand internationally, and you should get the best people around you to help you to do that scaling.
Okay, simple advice. Well, I hope you enjoyed our conversation with Skype co-founder and Atomico chief executive, Niklas Enström.
Thank you.
Sorry, Brian. How are you doing? Are you awake from your siesta now? Cool. So we're gonna have the next talk talking about how to expand your brand, and the best person to do that with is Nigel Barker, who's actually very famous for being a TV celebrity. He's been a writer, a coach, spokesperson. He's actually become famous when he appeared in America's Next Top Model as a judge and photographer. And actually now he's hosting his own reality show called The Face. So please give it up in the best Sarah Bryant fashion for Nigel Barker and Havana Marking. Please give it up.
Wow, well, thank you very much. Lovely to be here.
Yeah.
Just got straight off a flight from New York and straight here. So what could be better, right? I can hardly see any of you, but I trust there's a few people in the audience. I didn't just fly out for 10 people. No, there's a room full of people. Wonderful.
Hi, everyone. My name is Havana Marking, and I'm a great old friend of Nigel's, so it's a real privilege, actually, to be asking him questions that I've always wanted to ask him. Basically, never been brave enough.
It was one of those things where they asked me, they did the strange thing of saying, who would you like to have interview you? And so I thought, well, this is the perfect opportunity to put a shoe in of someone who was going to ask me the best questions possible. and also I get to see one of my old friends when I come to London. So Havana Marking, who, by the way, she's being very modest. She is an award-winning documentary filmmaker. And you may know one of her great documentaries called Afghan Star. Which was, she got you're meant to be interviewing me, aren't you?
Okay, yes, okay. Because I've known Nigel from school, I've seen you evolve, basically, for over a long period. And so many different roles and so many different things that you've done. And whenever you first tell me about them, quite often I'm like, oh, where did that one come from? How did you get into that? But then when you think about it, it makes total sense every time. You're like, that, of course you'd be doing that. So how do you decide what it is that you do and also what it is that you don't do?
I mean, I think to take it back to school, where you and I obviously first met, I've always been interested in fashion. Okay, I'd always had an interest in it in many levels. And at school, I took this sort of unusual step to sort of educate myself in many different aspects of the business. I learnt pattern cutting. I learnt weaving. I learnt tailoring. I made my own clothes. In fact, we even designed a hat that sold at the General Trading Company in Sloane Square when I was 17 years old. So we got into the business of fashion very early on. And I think that for me, specifically, having a good knowledge of the background of how my little business worked at that moment helped me make a lot of decisions going forward. And look, my career started in an unusual, sort of unconventional way, and I think so many people, when you ask them how they got into the businesses that they got into, it isn't the sort of conventional route. You know, I think a lot of entrepreneurs, they take risks, and they do things that are outside of the comfort zone, thinking outside of the box. And I remember even at school, doing what I was doing, I had a lot of friends, a lot of other guys say to me, why are you doing that? Why are you studying fashion design? Why are you studying tailoring and sewing? I was on the rugby team. Why do you do that? You know, and I'm like, well, because I'm really interested in fashion, and my brother was working in fashion. I wanted to work with him, and I knew that if I had this background, it was going to help me. And the same story, really, when it leads on to as my career kind of progressed, you know, and I did a stint as a model, which was kind of fun, just as for about 4 or 5 years. And as that ended, I moved into photography. It wasn't because I loved photography or that I needed to be a photographer since I was a kid, but it was a part of the fashion experience for me. And I had now had this 4 or 5 years working as a model, working with photographers, working with designers, working with fashion designers, working with everybody in the business. And that was like a little degree course, which added on to what I'd learned before. So therefore, when I became a photographer, it all kind of sort of continued on. And so on and so forth, as I was, each time I had another opportunity sort of, present itself to me, I was able to fall back on this wealth of knowledge that I'd gained. And it helped made the sort of risks that I was taking. Should I become a photographer? Should I do this? Should I take this other job or this other opportunity? I understood it and it made sense because of what I'd already done.
Yeah, when you were doing those dressmaking classes with me, I would never have imagined that you'd have this great grand future. I thought you were just trying to meet girls.
Well, there was that too. I mean, there's no doubt there was that aspect of it as well. But I'll have you know, you may remember that I won the dressmaking award. I beat all the girls. So, you know, guys, it's...
You did, and you were, I think there was one other boy in the whole class. So how do you, like, that was a risk. Why do you want to take risks?
I think as an entrepreneur, as someone who's taken risks all his life, I come from a family of risk takers, actually. My father was a big risk taker, and he loved to sort of gamble in some respects as well with things that he was doing. But I've always been much more careful and sort of cautious in the way I approach the risks that I take. And for example, yes, you heard that I worked on a show called America's Next Top Model. America's Next Top Model was a very successful TV show. It's actually just recently got canceled after 24 seasons. I did 19 seasons of that show. It became a huge household name show in America and a massive brand internationally. We sold to 150 countries and had an audience of 100 million people worldwide watching that show. But at the time, it was a risk. Believe it or not, because with hindsight, you're like, well, that was a very good idea. Well done for doing that. But I didn't know it at the time. But I remember I was trying to make it as a photographer. And there's a very few people who really make it to the top levels of photography in the fashion business. And when this opportunity presented itself to me, I knew that even though I was doing quite well as a photographer, by doing so, there would be a lot of people who were going to judge me and say, oh, that's cheap, it's prime time, it's mass, it's not fashion, it's not exclusive. However, I also knew it was one way to get my name known by every household pretty much at prime time and to become a household name overnight. That was a way to do that. So it was a risk that I took, and there were a bunch of people who wouldn't hire me. And actually, if you look at America's Next Top Model, at that time, the actual magazines and the sponsors of the show were 17 magazine and Walmart and not fashion brands. Fast forward 10 seasons deep, we're one of the #1 prime shows on network television, and Italian Vogue is our magazine sponsor. Andre Leontali, editor-at-large of American Vogue, is another one of the judges, and CoverGirl and people like Missoni and Versace are coming on board. So the things changed, and we were there at the right time, and of course at that point we then became high fashion and became acceptable. So what was a risk and could have worked against me actually ended up working out in my favor.
One of the things that is very interesting also from that show and everything you've done before, I know you're now working with AC Marriott Hotels.
Absolutely, yeah.
Is this global idea that the America's Next Top Model was going all around the world. This hotel chain is all over the world. How do you manage to keep your identity but appeal to global audiences? How have you managed to make that step?
I mean, I think with any brand, it's about authenticity. And certainly the word authenticity is one of those words that's bandied around by everybody. It's almost overused to some extent. But the reality is that you've got to be true to yourself. And there's no doubt that certainly early on in my career, I made a decision that the fashion industry was something that I was very interested in, but less about being in fashion, because no one really wants to be in fashion. If you're in fashion one moment, you're out the next, right? So the concept is, with any brand, is that you've got to create something that's more iconic, that's more long-lasting, and that comes from being yourself and being authentic and being solid. And certainly now I've been just recently appointed the global brand ambassador for AC Hotels, and for me, one of the reasons why that made so much sense is I'm someone who actually spent many years living in Italy, in Milan, in Paris, of course from London. I'm from Chelsea, from London, and stayed at these hotels for years. So when I was approached in the US with this brand, I actually knew more about AC Hotels than some of the people who were working for AC Hotels in the US, because I had lived it, breathed it, and I immediately put a smile on my face and gave me a nostalgic memory of where I had stayed and what I had done and the deals I was doing at the time when I stayed in them. And I remember saying to some of the people who I was working with, I'm like, listen, when it comes to a great hotel, it's really to do with having a canvas where you can go in and decompress from the cities that you live in, or the cities that you're staying in, so that you have a moment to actually be your creative self, and then so you're ready for the next day,
Obviously, they have taken you on board because it's you, and you are the brand. How is that different from creating something which is the brand which you're promoting? In this case, the brand is you. How is that different, and what are the challenges of that?
I mean, for sure, there are different types of brands, and I myself apply myself to different kinds of brands, and I'm not a one-man band. Absolutely, Nigel Barker, the brand, is who I am. But really, if you look at my business as a whole, there are a lot of different things that we're involved with, whether it be a furniture collection, which we design in the US. It comes out with a big furniture company out of the Midwest in 40 stores. Whether it's a skateboard collaboration that we do with the oldest skateboard company in New York, Shut NYC. Whether it's various different television shows that we've produced and directed, or magazines that we work with. I feel that no matter what we associate ourselves with, it comes down to style, design, aesthetics, fashion, and being very consistent with that. So when I, for example, work with AC Hotels, my aim and my angle with them is to sort of, I help curate their libraries, I help put art on the walls. The conversation is about being relevant in the sort of fashion space, in the design space, in the art space. And for that, in that way, as long as I stay true to who I am and what I'm interested in, it makes sense, and I can apply that to almost anything.
How do you stop it going to your head and sending you a bit mental?
I don't know that you do you? I mean, I think that there's an element where, being a little crazy can be okay. I mean, I feel that, I do it if I'm enjoying myself. I think having fun with it is very important. As soon as you're not having fun and you're not enjoying the deal, you're not enjoying who you're working with, then it doesn't work. I think, when I looked at for example, my father, who was a great entrepreneur and invested in so many different businesses across the spectrum, it was often interesting for me why he chose the businesses that he got involved with. And it was always because of his level of passion. And I think with me, that's the same thing. I'm a very passionate person. And as long as I'm passionate about the subject, as long as it sort of turns me on, and you have that rush, then you have the drive to make it a success. And I think that's one of the very sort of the key things about any successful entrepreneur out there, is that they find a subject, they find a topic, it's authentic to them, they can apply their brand to it, but then they're extremely passionate, and that passion is what drives it and makes it a success. It's contagious.
And who do you talk to when you're about to make those decisions? And obviously, you don't make decisions overnight, but who do you actually say, is this going to be good for my brand, or is it not going to be good for me? Or does it always come from inside?
It doesn't always come from within inside. I mean, I think there is a gut reaction, which does come from inside. There are certain times, but also, the reality is that you think of something, you're like, oh, is this going to be great? Not everything works out. Not everything is a huge success. One either hears about all the successes, or one hears about the failures in life. There tends to be two sides of the story. But the reality is that there is ups and downs. There are moments where some things are like, maybe that wasn't so great, or maybe the timing isn't right. Some ideas are brilliant 5 years from the time you had them. And I think that's an interesting thing too, because timing is key, is crucial. And I'm going to reference my father. I remember when fax machines came out, and he bought 2 fax machines because he had no one to fax. So he gave one to the bank so he could fax the bank back and forth. Timing was crucial. Of course, faxes came into their own, but it's all about timing.
Yeah. And so do you find that, is there one person in particular that you talk to, or is it part of the group decision and as part of your business?
I've been very lucky. As you know, I met my wife 22 years ago. And focus for me is incredibly important. And certainly being married and being with the same woman for 22 years made us extremely focused, extremely, as a team. All of a sudden, 1 becomes 2, becomes 4, becomes, really, she's my #1 person to go to. But as a group, everyone who's worked with me now, having a core group of people that work for you, that trust you. We've had our employees now who have worked for us, many of which have worked for us for over 10 years, 15 years. I'm a very loyal person. And I think that's very important in actually having a successful business. Having people and employees who are very loyal, who understand who you are, and together we grow.
How long have we got? Oh, we've got 5 minutes, good. When an idea comes, do you kind of test it out? Do you talk to people and say, I'm thinking about doing this? Do you get people's reaction? And if people's reaction is terrible, is that you the kind of person that makes you think, right, that makes me more want to do it? Or how do you judge things?
Yes, I never ask anyone's opinion on
Really?
that. So that's interesting. So
Okay.
I think that's one of the interesting things. You can ask, there are people out there who love to ask people's opinion on everything. And the very first one to say, and I get asked this question a lot, and it certainly applies to being a photographer, it applies to, I think, almost any job, quite frankly. But if you are constantly waiting for other people's approval, then I don't think you're very lucky if you actually make a success of yourself. You really have to believe in yourself. As corny as that sounds, trust me, if you do not believe in what you're doing and what you're about, then that whole contagiousness of the passion of why you're into it just doesn't catch on. So, for example, when I did my collaboration with Shut NYC, this skateboard company, a lot of people said to me, well, you don't even skateboard. What are you doing? Why would you collaborate with a skateboard company? The reason I was doing it was because my son, who was 10 years old, was getting into skateboarding. I wanted to think of something that would bridge the gap between him and me. And he wasn't interested in photography. But here is where I could marry his world and my world. So I would then was able to become just as passionate about it. Of course, I got into skateboarding. I started to hang out with these skateboard guys and meet them all, and that was very interesting for my son. And so the passion grew there. And of course, I all of a sudden became this guy that knew all about skateboards and had skateboards all over the country and what have you. And it was very much a fish out of water, but the passion drives you. And so that it made sense in that capacity.
So the narrative of that with Jack, your son, allowed you to then bring the passion to that.
Absolutely. Well, the narrative is crucial.
Yeah.
There has to be a story for me. And I believe in any sort of successful venture, if there isn't a story, yes, you can make up a brand. And you can have, there are brands that are successes that really just come out of nothing. But for me, then that never really makes sense. And I'm often brought on as a creative consultant for brands to help them actually discover where they came from. They kind of forget what their story is, or they're not sure what their story is, to actually decipher what that story is and help make sense of it. And by applying, the sort of the fashion magnifying glass to some extent, that often helps because most businesses want to be in fashion. They want to be seen as being fashionable. And so, that's one of the things we're able to do for brands is come in and sort of wrap them in a blanket that sort of talks to all things fashion, beauty, and style.
Yeah. It's been interesting to see, though, how the fashion thing has kind of become style now. It's I don't know, I would associate you now with just incredibly iconic style rather than catwalk models. It's amazing how quickly that evolves.
Well, and one hopes, that's always the aim. There's no doubt that one always aims to move into the style area. Style is obviously the more iconic concept of fashion. And but if you look at the biggest brands in the world, whether you're talking about Dior or Chanel or any of the major Prada, any of the major fashion brands, as fashionable as they are in that moment in that collection, really the history and the heritage of them is the reason why we buy into them. Yes, a collection may be a success or maybe not, but the success of the brand itself is because of everything they've ever done. And so I think, as a entrepreneur or as a brand, if you're building a brand, you also have to think of that as well. You can't let one moment, one season bring your entire company and brand and everything you've done down. You have to sort of think about this bigger picture, about everything else that you're touching. And you'll see that even with these huge iconic brands, that they've been involved with all kinds of different enterprises, which oftentimes may seem a bit out of place. But because of their passion or because of an interest, they make it make sense. And they apply that same brush to it.
And as you were saying, some ideas don't work out, some projects don't work out. How do you when do you decide, okay, this isn't working out, this isn't for me, I'm not going to do this anymore? Like, at what point, how far do you get before you think, actually, I think
sometimes you don't get, sometimes you're not sure. I mean, I think the interesting thing is that, you know, if you are, you know, driven by the passion of doing it, obviously the numbers will tell you that you have to move on. The numbers will be, you know, this is financially not making sense, it's costing you too much to do this. But there are times too when you sort of say, well, to hell with it. I'm going to invest some more money in it. I'm going to make this work. I believe in this project. It may not be the moment, might not be just now, but I think that if I stick at it, in a 2 years' time, it's going to click. And this particular collaboration will make sense. And so, you know, certainly in the television world, it's very fickle. You know, and I've been involved with many different shows. We also created my own show, The Shot, on VH1. And that was a show which really was before its time. It didn't do very well. It did one season and then didn't do very well. Now we're bringing it back again. So The Shot is coming back again, 7 years later, which is unheard of on television, because the timing is right now. Back then, people really weren't into photography as much. Now, every one of you probably has a camera on your phone, and you all take pictures, and everyone's on Instagram, and everyone's, you know, Snapchatting, and everyone's. So there's a much larger interest in photography. So timing was crucial, and of course, it's all come back to itself now.
That's really exciting.
Yeah.
That is, that's great. So how do you even remember all those ideas? If timing's so important, like, do you go back to the ideas and look at them every now and then and say, wait a minute, maybe we should think about that one again? Or, again, do they just evolve? I mean, like, how do you...
I mean, listen, I believe that it's hard sometimes to keep track of everything that you're doing, but I think, you know, with us, we have multiple people who work with me on different accounts. So you know, no matter what we're doing or who we're working with, every single account that I'm working on has an account executive and has someone who's heading that particular project up, and I'll oversee all of them. And some, you know, make more sense than others, like I said. So, you know, we'll have reports back on how certain collaborations are working and how others, you know, are evolving. You know, and so that we know we need to apply more pressure or more time or more effort or more money to certain areas to help, you know, everything make sense across, you know, the big platforms that we work on.
And how much is it you approaching people, and how much is it people approaching you?
I think you have to be very proactive. You can, in this world, you can wait for people to contact you. And there's no doubt that we get contacted, you know, which is a wonderful position to be in. But I've never waited for that. And I've told everyone who I work for, and certainly the way I see things is by being very in touch with the moment, being very aware of what's happening, being very plugged in to society as a whole, pop culture, everything that's going on. You know, you are there reacting as and when things happen. You know, you're very much aware of what needs to be done and creating new ideas and new concepts that work with what's happening in the world right now and reacting to them.
And final question, how important is just actual networking and being out there and just talking to people? Or, I mean, or can you do it all from your office and then go home at night? Like,
I think it depends on who you are and what you're doing. I mean, I think, listen, some people are great networkers, but I don't think you have to be a great networker. I think that there are different types of people, different kinds of businesses, different times when certain things make sense and certain things don't make sense. And people spend a lot of time networking. And don't get me wrong, there's a lot of business that is done because of networking and because of who you know rather than what you know. But I think that's also changing now, and that more so than ever, you know, there's so many people who are doing great things, and because of communication the way it is, through social media, through the internet, that the world has become a much smaller place, and that, you know, you can discover a great idea or a great concept or a great person or a great hire without having to actually network and have them just directly in your close group of friends and people who you network with. So, you know, I still tell people, listen, really, you know, if you're good at something, just go for it and make yourself known, you know, and potentially we'll find you.
Very good. Thank you. I think we're at the end of our time, so thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think so.
and I'm really honored to introduce you a really successful woman now. She's the co-founder and recently nominated CEO of Eventbrite, one of the largest platforms for events. And actually, Julia was, before founding Eventbrite 10 years ago, was executive in MTV and FX networks. And then recently she received several awards, like the 100 awards from Fortune for being Eventbrite the best workplace. And then last year she received the awards from Fortune to be the most powerful entrepreneurial women. So please help me to welcome on stage Julia, that will be interviewed by Kirsty Stiles.
Mic is working?
I think so.
Wonderful.
Hi, guys.
Well, welcome, everybody. My name is Kirsty Stiles. That is Stiles as in Harry, for all the One Direction fans, no doubt, in the room.
Are you related?
We're actually married.
Congratulations.
Sorry, everyone. He's taken. Welcome to your penultimate conversation of the day. I know that we're keeping you from Eric and we're keeping you from beer as well, but I hope we're going to have a great chat with my special guest today. So I am the editor of New Statesman's new B2B technology website, NS Tech, and I'm joined today by the lovely Julia Hartz, who is the new CEO and the founder, of course, of Eventbrite. Welcome, Julia.
Thank you so much. I'm so excited to be here. I think this is my fourth or fifth startup grind I've been around the world. I'm on tour with Startup Grind, and I just don't know it. But I love the community and just what this team does. So thank you for having me.
And you've been at the Palace, and you're going to Downing Street. This is like a rock star tour for you this week, right?
No, it's more of a pinch me moment. I'm having so much fun in London. We have 40 people here now, and I actually haven't been here for 2 years somehow. And so the progress that we've made here is astounding. That team has been working so hard. So that's truly been my most favorite part of the week.
Cool. Well, we've probably thrown up a few disgusting buildings in between now and then, so familiarise yourself again. Julia, as was already just mentioned, has been named in Forbes 40 Under 40. Sorry, age.
You don't have to.
One of the most powerful women entrepreneurs in the world, no pressure. And now you've taken the reins as the new CEO from your husband, Kevin, of a $1 billion startup, your brand, Eventbrite. So, can you just tell us, from the beginning, you and Kevin are there, with Renaud as well, your third non-married co-founder. That would be a weird conversation. Can you tell us what the original problem was that you set out to solve, and why no one had thought of something which appears so simple before?
Sure. So in 2006, Renaud Visage, who I call the bravest man on the planet for starting a company with a couple, and Kevin and I, who were engaged at the time, so we actually founded the company and got married in the same year. So we just celebrated our 10-year wedding anniversary. We wanted to solve a problem which was really the problem of not having a platform that was easily accessible or self-service to sell tickets to events. And essentially, our vision was to democratize ticketing. And if you think about ticketing as an industry, you don't really get warm, fuzzy feelings. You maybe think about high fees that you pay as a ticket buyer, or the really bad experience that you have trying to get a ticket, or the lack of innovation. And so when we looked at the industry as a total, we knew that we could harness the power of technology to really make it possible for anybody to both sell tickets to events and also have a delightful experience. And ticketing was the thing. That was what we were focused on specifically. Kevin's background was he came from PayPal as a seed investor, and then started a transactional company called Xoom, Xoom, International Money Transfer Company. And so we were really interested in that transactional element. And fast forward 10 years later, one of the most profound things is that we actually did what we set out to do, but we also have gone beyond ticketing. And we're really covering a much broader part of the event life cycle for our organizers, as well as engaging millions of ticket buyers. And I think that that journey has been really rewarding for us, but it also was a testament of proving that there might be true value in the broad mid-market of events. I think one of the reasons why we were able to succeed and gain traction was because nobody was really paying attention to this market. You know, they were paying attention to the high end of the market and eventually to birthday parties and sort of the more social end. But in the middle, that was really the area that we wanted to cater to. And last year we ticketed 2.1 million events around the world, and we have a lot of opportunity for growth. So that is a pretty sizable market.
Cool. So, I mean, I'd love to look at the stats as to how many startups versus how many marriages last 10 years. But you're doing well on both counts, right?
Thank you. We are so far. Thank you.
And congratulations on the wedding anniversary. So you are now a billion-dollar company, a unicorn, some might call it, and processing millions of tickets every single day in 180 countries. How has the company changed over the last decade in terms of how your processes, your skills, and your infrastructure? You know, would you recognize the Eventbrite that you started with in 2006 to now?
Well, I'll describe the Eventbrite that we started in physically. So it was a windowless phone closet in a warehouse in Potrero Hill in San Francisco, which is sort of a design district. And it was just the three of us co-founders. And we bootstrapped the company. So it was just the three of us for the first 2 years. And we didn't actually hire a team until year 3. And we didn't raise a formal VC round until year 4. And so people-wise, it looks a lot different. We now have 575 what we call Brightlings around the world in 10 different offices. And I think that's one of the biggest differences. When we set out, we really wanted to build a global company. And so we built Eventbrite with an eye towards being able to launch in different markets around the world. And we are in, we have 6 different offices in Europe. We have 2 offices in Latin America and an office in Australia. And I talk about the office thing because although we sell tickets to 180 countries, to truly gain traction in a market, it takes people for us. And so we actually probably didn't know that in the beginning, and that's a lesson that we've learned. So it is somewhat of a people-intensive business to get it right on a global scale. And so it looks much different in that regard. And then finally, I sort of talked about the technology covering a larger part of the event life cycle. But you know, Eventbrite now has everything from discovery of new live experiences all the way through to at-event RFID entry management, venue management. So we do a lot more than just the ticketing now. And I think that has grown over time, and that maybe wasn't even in our original vision to begin with.
Cool. And so one of the key things that you've spoken to a lot is how you create a great culture. You are the 7 times best company to work for in San Francisco. And that's built with a load of millennials who are notoriously not excited about working at companies as they kind of exist today. So practically, how do you create that culture on a global scale? Is it kind of muffins and free Coke?
All about carbs and sugar. No, it's interesting actually. So that's a local award for us in San Francisco, and it means a lot. It's really important to us because it is based on employee surveys. But the one that I'm also really excited about is a new award. It's been a 10-year goal for me to have Eventbrite on one of the Fortune Best Great Places to Work list, and we were named on the Great Places to Work for Millennials list last year. And so as a company that is 75% millennials, I was very excited about that, and it was sort of one of those milestones that we've achieved that I'll never forget. But I think our culture has grown organically, and I'll tell you about the point that I realized culture would be really important. That was when we were a team of 30 people growing to a team of to a company of 100 people. In my mind, that's sort of how I saw it. We were going to do that in less than a year, and this was after we raised our first round from Sequoia Capital. And so at that point, I inherently knew through sort of what I'd heard and what I'd seen with other startups in our cohort, meaning the other startups that were founded around the same time as us, that scaling a team is really hard, and a lot of times the culture can take the hit. You may lose your identity or create a culture that you need to then correct. And so that's when I really keyed in on what would make our company great. And without a doubt, it's how you do things and the people you gather, right, in your community. And so Eventbrite's culture is actually not set in stone. I know that it has its own reputation, which is great, but it evolves forward all the time because it truly is a manifestation of every single person in the company at any given time, and that's constantly changing. And then, of course, on this global scale, it's really interesting for me to see the differences and the nuances in the teams, but then understand the core values that bring us together. So being with the team here in London and soon in Berlin, it's exciting to see what pulls through, but also some of the differences. And what's really important to me, finally, on a global scale is to respect and honor the local culture and weave that into the core culture of Eventbrite, and not try to force the Eventbrite culture into a local culture where it won't blend very well.
And you must have people banging down your door wanting to get hired by you guys, given the kind of reputation for being a great place to work. Do you actually get involved now in any of the kind of hiring processes? And are there any kind of red flags when you're like, this person's a high flyer, but good gracious, they're not for me?
Well, Kevin and I used to meet with every final round candidate, which was really great for a few years. I think that was between sort of I guess, employee number 4, all the way to about 300 employees. Now that we're global and we're scaling, to a bigger company, we meet with key talent as needed. So basically, the team knows that we can jump on a plane, a hangout, or jump into a conference room at any given time to help close a candidate. Recruiting is the most important thing that we do as an organization, and it's a muscle that we truly believe in continuing to build and always exercising. So for me, it's about how can I be there for the team to really help close a candidate, but our culture and our hiring has scaled to a point where I trust the team. It's not about telling them that they shouldn't hire someone. It's more about selling the Eventbrite vision and connecting with key candidates.
Oh, are you a kind of Slack-based company now? Have you, are you managing your teams, remotely, and or is email still a thing there?
So we're kind of in this awkward place. I'm not sure if other people have this issue, but Slack took off organically with both our engineering and customer support teams, especially since both of those teams have a high concentration of people outside of San Francisco. So for engineering, we're in Mendoza, Argentina, San Francisco, and Nashville. Customer support is really all over the world, but Nashville, San Francisco, and Europe. And they were early adopters of the product. And I think many people understand this. It spread like wildfire. And we're huge fans of Slack. They actually are our subtenants. They're our roommates in San Francisco. So we cohabitate, I guess. But it's, we're also on email. So I feel that there's this weird in-between place, and I'm not quite sure what to do with it. So if anybody has any great ideas, I'm all ears. But I think streamlining communication and having a central hub and making sure everybody's getting the same information at the same time, preferably in real time, is really important. So we do things like live stream our all hands at a time where almost everyone can join. Or we have a weekly update that goes out to the entire company. Kevin and I speak to everybody once a week during a half-an-hour Q&A. It has a really cheesy name. It's called Heart to Hearts. We didn't come up with it, but it's stuck, unfortunately. And we do that on an international basis on Google Hangout early in the morning and then in the afternoon. So I think just communication in general is incredibly important, especially if you're not all, in San Francisco, we're all on one floor still, which is really nice, but especially if you're all over the world, it's critical.
Okay, well, I'm profoundly impressed with these people like you who are jet setting. I do not know how you do it, but Julia, you're also a female CEO and one of the only female CEOs of a truly successful startup. How important is it for you to have a diverse kind of range of voices, whether that's women or other folks around the table if you're building a global product? And do you feel like you have to kind of bang the drum? Is this still something that people need to know in San Francisco and people need to know in kind of startup world?
Well, it's really interesting. I think so Eventbrite is almost 50-50 female-male, and that's happened organically. I guess that tells me that role models are really important. I think that modeling is sort of the most potent form of influence, and I think the more we can have strong female leaders, everything from our board to myself to all the way through the organization, the more we'll keep attracting, a balanced talent pool. But it goes far beyond gender. So at Eventbrite, gender is not an issue in terms of equal share of voice, which is great. But we also want to be fully inclusive of every diverse thinking I want to tap into the global talent pool, and that's really, really important. So I think about it in two ways. Where can I find the best talent? And I'm open to anywhere. And how can I create an inclusive environment and make sure that we're not hiring just people that look like ourselves? Because that's also a problem. If you start to just hire by network effect and referrals, oftentimes you won't see that diversity. So we keep an eye on that, and we make sure that we get very, very exact in our hiring metrics and processes. And
is that because it makes a better product? The head of diversity at Facebook was talking about building a product for 1 billion people, and if your team doesn't reflect that, then you're missing bits and bobs that you just would never have thought of.
I think it's really obvious that it makes for a better service and a better product and a better company. So at the end of the day, as CEO of Eventbrite, I'm interested in building a great company that's built to last. And in my mind, our company should look like the people that we serve and look like the world. And so, we're on that journey. I wouldn't say that we've got it completely figured out, but we go about it honestly, I guess.
Cool. And a final question. We are running out of time, but we've seen a slowdown in tech IPOs, although we have now just seen LinkedIn get bought by Microsoft. Big headlines, very sexy proposition from those two, I'm sure. How do these kinds of conditions affect what you guys are thinking about next? Obviously, you and Kevin and Renaud have put your hearts and souls into this, you put your marriage into this. What is next for Eventbrite?
Well, we lived through the 2008-2009 period, and so we've always thought about future-proofing the business, and we're almost fortunate to have operated Eventbrite through a hard time before. I can't say that this year was a surprise to us. We actually, in the end of 2014, started to really take strong measures to get to profitability. And so coming into this year with a strong balance sheet and a path to profitability was a good call. And it definitely felt like we were future-proofing our business. And I think about it this way. We'll be cash flow break-even by the end of the year. I know that Dropbox just made a pretty great announcement around that, and I'm really proud of that team. But profitability is really important. It's also incredibly important to sustain your growth rate. So profitable growth is the new term du jour in Silicon Valley. And I'm proud of us for achieving that over the course of the last 18 months and sort of getting what seemed like a head start on it. But it's really about driving optionality. So when we get to profitability, it's not like all of our problems are solved. I more think about it as it provides more options for us and helps to sustain our independence and hopefully future-proof the business to grow even further into years to come. And so I'm already past that point and looking out further on the horizon. But it is certainly an interesting year.
Wonderful. Well, we have to leave it there. I have to say, I once tweeted Eventbrite about 4 years ago and asked if I could become some kind of honorary lifetime achiever for going to so many different Eventbrite events. So this is a particularly exciting conversation for me to have been able to have.
I'd love to celebrate you. I'll give you a badge backstage.
Eric Schmidt. Just kidding. I couldn't resist. Before I invite him onto the stage, let me tell you a little bit more about this man. In 2001, he became the CEO of this small startup called Google and grew it from 400 to 25,000 people, generating over 29 billion in revenues. Today, chairman of Google's parent company Alphabet, which has the likes of Nest, Google Fiber, Google DeepMind under its umbrella. They recently overtaken Apple as the world's most valuable company. He will be interviewed by founder and CEO of Startup Grind. So please join me in welcoming onto the stage Derek Andersen and Eric Schmidt.